Welcome back, everyone. This is Akinar here with more blueprints. We are ready to move on to our 9th day of drafting. Let's go ahead and get it started. Day 9 is upon us. Days 7 and 8, which we were able to do last time. It was a lot of fun being able to do 2 drafts in one episode. However, it was a good reminder that we are still learning. There were a couple very unfortunate mistakes that were made. One in day 7 that started off so promisingly with a hovel plus a nursery. What an amazing combination to start the day with. And yet we boxed ourselves in prematurely because we simply forgot that there was a key card door that we could not navigate through. And that was it. And then we had an interesting run with the schoolhouse, which I also didn't completely understand how that worked, and the fact that it was adding all these classrooms to our pool, which were all the same room, or at least the same effect. Who knows what's different from room to room as you progress, but I really didn't understand the classroom drafting, even though it would have cost us a lot of gems to draft a lot of classrooms. So either way, mistakes were made, but lessons were learned, and we do continue to learn all through the day here in the blueprints. So let's see if we can apply some of those lessons and make some progress on day number 9. Okay, we do finally have the root cellar that has been offered in a situation where we've already picked the other 2 options. I really did love the shelter. I think my favorites so far, well, the shelter is my favorite because we actually got to do basically a full run with the effect of the shelter, and it felt amazing. But I also really want to do the hovel again at some point. I want to get a redemption run with the hovel some point down the road. Those 2 are the ones that have stood out to me the most so far. The shrine, we just haven't taken advantage of yet. We do still have at least 1 day, or do we have 2 days left on our shrine buff? I'm not sure, but we still have yet to even get it to proc 1 time. These spread rooms are pretty uncommon. So. But today, we will take the root cellar. This one does feel, situational. Rooms in your house will be more likely to contain dig spots today. Now, it's a green room, so I've been thinking to myself that it might only impact green rooms, but it doesn't say that. It says rooms in your house. So who knows? What does this mean? We could get like dig spots in the bedrooms? Who knows what rooms might actually contain dig spots? And who knows also what might just be in the root cellar, because this is another thing. We found so many rooms that have had effects that are not listed here on the screen where you draft. And this is a thing that my literal brain, I'm a very literalist thinker and reader, and when something is not spelled out explicitly on the screen here, I have trouble incorporating it into my decision-making process. Like with bedrooms, there so often are extra items in bedrooms. So I'm undervaluing bedrooms as I'm drafting. And the root cellar, who knows? It could contain a shovel. It might actually give us a shovel to start our day. That thought actually I wasn't even thinking about this going in. I have lots of thoughts off camera and lots of ruminations and strategies that I'm thinking of throughout the day, because I'm totally not obsessed with this game and not endlessly thinking about it. But it just occurred to me here as I'm sitting, realizing there's always unexpected stuff, I should say, in these rooms. What if there is a shovel that they give us guaranteed? That would make a lot of sense. If you're getting a root cellar, that would be very kind of the game, but it might be a little too overpowered. Let's find out. Is there a shovel? I don't see a shovel. Okay. I don't know if that maybe it has a random chance to appear. It could be, but I don't see a shovel right off the bat here. What we do see are lots of things that you would expect to see in a root cellar. That being roots, like potatoes. There's a crap load of potatoes. We see some, I guess, carrots, maybe, or turnips. Not sure. There's some if they are carrots, they've lost their orange. Where did we place the carrots at? The orange for the carrots has gone somewhere. Okay. There's a dig spot here, by the way. Actually, 2, 3, 4 dig spots in the root cellar. Oh, and there apparently is a family tree. Oh boy, I'm looking at some of the faces and the names here. We're about to get oh my God, some very crucial information as to who is in the family, and maybe finally put some faces to names. Okay, just looking around for anything else. Is that a hole in the ceiling? Or another potential dig spot if I get a ladder. So that's what we build in the workshop, right? We build a ladder to get the 5th and final dig spot in the root cellar, and that is where we get the key to the underground basement, and that's what gets us to the antechamber. Sure, just do that. Seems good. Okay, I don't see anything else here of interest that can be interacted with. None of these taps. So this one looks more special than the rest, but that might just be a, I guess this one kind of has the same bordering on the barrel, the tan bordering, bracing, whatever the term is for what goes around barrels to keep them intact, as opposed to the black colored on these here. So, okay, details that don't seem important because we can't actually interact with this stuff. There's no pipe that lights another blue flame outside. So we look at the family tree. The Sinclair, oh, it's actually Sinclair and Epson's. Oh, the Mount Holly family tree. I'm noticing the detail here on the emblems, apparently of the Sinclair family, which is Holly, which makes sense that the Mount Holly estate is within the Sinclair family. And then you have the Epsons, who have married in by way of Clara. That's the heart here, right? And it was apparently, though, wait a second. Okay, I have to think this through, because, I had been thinking that Lady Epson was actually married to Herbert, but that looks like that's not the case. It's actually that Simon was married to Clara. Okay, I'm getting a little bit off track here because I am forgetting, I didn't finish the thought that I had. The emblems that we see here, the Sinclair and the Epson emblems, I guess the Epson has a swan and the 2 spades, but we saw these 2 emblems were combined in the wine cellar. And we did have the Roman numerals of 1213. We'll have to think. I don't know why the 1213 would be important at all at this point, but we'll have to keep that in mind. So Simon, Herbert's brother and our grandfather, was married to Lady Epson. Clara is Lady Epson, and she is our grandmother. Okay. And then I'm seeing another thing here. Mary is actually not the lady that we've been seeing in the bedroom. This lady here is Baroness, oh, how do you say that? Orave? You have Baron Thomas Sinclair. Oh, so this is the Baron. Herbert is not the Baron. You have Baron Thomas Sinclair up here, which I guess is his father. Let's see if we can fully build. Yeah, it would be his father, right? Because on the other side, you have Lord William Epson and Lady Ashlyn. So Herbert Sinclair is the son. Simon and Herbert are the sons of the Baron and the Baroness. And the Baroness is the picture that we see in the bedroom. Okay, this is fun. We're putting together some pieces here of this family tree. We've never seen a few of these faces. This is the first time we're seeing. Like Lionel Epson, Lady Epson's brother. And then you have Mary down here, who now we can see is clearly different from the Baroness. So, okay. Very cool. Screenshot. Boom. And then we move on with our day, because that is great information that will, I'm sure, become more and more. It's not clear to me yet in terms of solving the overall puzzle, how that information helps us. It's fascinating from, oh, that's that face, that's that person. But I don't yet know from a puzzle solving standpoint how all that information is going to get us anywhere. So for now, we take our root cellar and we draft with knowing that dig sites are going to be more common, and getting a shovel is going to be a priority. Okay, I think what we're gonna do to start today is we're actually gonna draft to the center. I have been drafting either to the left and to the right because I've been having this frankly, a compulsion to kind of fill out the rank 1 first before filling up the next the rank afterwards, and just going one rank at a time and fully like filling in all the grid spaces. I have this compulsion that just it's like a, I don't know if it's OCD. I don't think I have OCD. I'm not like technically diagnosed with it, but I have, even from when I was a kid. I remember there was a coloring contest at a local supermarket, and they had it was a contest to win a VHS copy of Aladdin, and I won the coloring contest. And when I looked at all the submissions, I was like, oh, I won. And then when we went to go get the VHS tape, I looked at all the submissions, and mine was the only one on the wall there that actually had all the colors in the lines, and all the colors, all the spaces were fully filled out with colors. And I looked at the others, and they were all very kind of like sloppy. And I was like, why would that, why would you do that? Why would you not fill in everything perfectly and succinctly? And so that is just my instinct as a person. However, when it comes to logically and rationally drafting a blueprint, a set of blueprints correctly, probably not best to follow your compulsions. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna try drafting out the center, because it could be that the center, or the top of the entrance hall, might be the more optimal choice to start, simply because we now know we've got this this knowledge that rooms like elbows and three-ways, if they're not up against a wall, if they're not up against one of these west, southern, or eastern walls, and I presume northern as well, they're not going to behave, well, they are going to behave randomly. They're going to behave unpredictably. So you could, an elbow room here at the top of the entrance hall could point left or it could point right. And a three-way could have any one of three different orientations. So it might be better for us to draft here first so we know what we're dealing with. Whatever we choose at the entrance hall can then give us some more direction when we go to draft left and right from the entrance hall, where we have more certainty and more predictability on how things are going to line up. So let's try that. We also have not drafted the center since, I don't know, day 1 or day 2, maybe something like that. We have not drafted it very much, and you got to try. You got to do things differently, and you got to have fresh new music as well as this. I don't know if this is a bassoon. I don't know my wind instruments all that well, but there is a new theme that has been introduced by the root cellar here, and I'm enjoying the. It's one of the aspects of the game that is very enjoyable, is learning. The new music that gets introduced with new rooms is a great touch. Okay, I think this is probably a spare room. I think if I have my way, if we think about it, this is another thing I should probably do more, is try to think a few steps ahead. I am a very draft the correct room in this particular position, do the most optimal choice right here and right now. And it probably is going to serve me better if I think through a little bit more. What is the first, what would I ideally want to see in the first 2 or 3 ranks when we have no locks to deal with? If we could just place all the rooms in the spots that we wanted, how would we want those to be laid out? And it feels pretty good, I think, to have a spare room above the entrance hall, because it gets your next, whatever goes out of the spare room is not going to be close to the rooms that come out of the entrance hall. So in a world, we could live in the world where we draft a spare room above the entrance hall, and then we have 2 elbows coming out of the right of the entrance hall. And then you might have 2 elbows that draft out from those elbows, and you're starting to branch off to the west wing, and you're branching off to the east wing, and that might be the smart way to kind of grow your estate in a more holistic way, where you've got a branch up the middle, and you've got a branch on the east wing and a branch on the west wing, and they're not in danger of kind of like bumping into each other. Let's try that and see. The den might be the correct choice, just to give you as many options as possible. And also, once you've used your spare room, you're down to just the corridor left in terms of straight-throughs. But I think if we're going to place the spare room anywhere, it's probably best placed here. That's just my instinct for now. We'll see how it goes. We got to try it and see. I feel like we might have done this one draft previously where we had the spare room here, but I don't know for sure. Now, do I check for anything? I think it's a very low chance to have new items in the spare room. There could be dig spots. There could be dig spots, because who knows where the root cellar has placed dig spots. We won't check here right away, though. We're going to go ahead and draft to the left, because we still have the most likely... Oh my god. That is a wine cellar at rank 1. Well, technically rank 2, because that is the thing about the entrance hall. If my thinking is correct, and there are... Once you've drafted a certain rank, now all the rooms that would be at that rank have been added to the pool. Wow. That is a wine cellar. That gives us 3 gems, and it's an unusual rarity. However, it also dead ends us right next to the entrance hall. That really puts a crimp in our floor plans. It's going to be, I think, it's going to be much more difficult for us to draft to the west at both ranks 1 and 2. That is a wine cellar, though, and we have always been... Almost every run is coming down to us like, we need gems, we need gems, we need gems. This is a tough choice. If we did draft the wine cellar, then I would probably go ahead and draft the right-hand side, because elbows and dead ends are the most likely for us to run into at this point. And I would want us to get an elbow at the other entrance hall. 2 elbows would be preferable, an elbow one after the other, because that is another thing that does, I think, behave very predictably. If we have an elbow to the right of the entrance hall, I think it's guaranteed the next elbow connected to it would go to the right, and it would not dead end into the spare room. So that's what, if we do take the wine cellar here, that's what we would be hoping for. And it would be much more likely to happen than if we take it, well, maybe not much more, but it would be more likely to happen if we pass up on the nook, because that's one more elbow that's still in the pool. So far, we've seen the wine cellar offered. Let's see. It was offered twice on day 2. We made it up to rank 8 that day. We also saw it twice on day 4, where we made it up to rank 7. We saw it once on day 6. And then I think we also did have it, we drafted it on day 8, and it was also in a bit of an inconvenient spot up in rank 7 or so, I think. The point being that it does not get offered often. It did not get offered at all on days 3, 5, and 7, if I'm correct. So the chances are this is going to be our one opportunity to draft the wine cellar. So I think what we're going to do here is I am going to take the wine cellar, and I'm going to, against my compulsion or the negative emotions that tell me you're not going to be able to fill out those rank 1 and 2 as efficiently as you can. Yes, but I will have 3 gems. And what I will also still have are 2 ways out of where I'm at currently. I can go out the entrance hall and out of the spare room. I have 2 ways to go, and I still have 3 ways at common in my pool that are going to get me additional exits. So, because it is so rare and because gems are so valuable, I do think that it is correct here to take the wine cellar. We're going to do that. Again, going against my instincts or my ooh, look at that. Okay, there's a dig spot in the wine cellar. So it can get added to blue rooms. Dig spots can get added to blue rooms by the root cellar. Okay, we take our gems and we take another look at what we now know to be the matched emblems from the 2 families, the 2 houses, House Epson and House Sinclair, in the grand year of 1213. No, I don't think it goes quite that far back, but we don't know yet what that number stands for. Okay, so now I will draft to the right because I have all my common elbows are still in my pool, and if I get elbows, I want them to be to the right of the entrance hall. What I would love to have is I would love to have a world where I get one of my 3 ways at the top of this, out of the spare room. That's what we're aiming for here. So let's draft to the right. We do get actually, we do get a drawing room offered, but we also get a den, and we get the pantry. Do we take the pantry here to make sure? I think we do. Like, the den gets us the most options, theoretically, but drafting through the top of the den is risky, because if we get offered elbows in that room, or from that door, there's a 50-50 shot that they're going to point to the left into the side of the spare room. That's my understanding of how things work. If we take the pantry, on the other hand, whatever elbow we get offered, assuming we do get offered one, which I think it's a pretty high chance still, that would definitely point to the right. And then that would be a spot where it would be great for us to draft a den on the east wing. So we do that, right? Isn't that that's the way that the game, this is the, like, I've played the game now for almost, we're getting close to our 10th draft. And this is like the instinctive feel that I'm starting to develop for the game, is that it kind of wants you, or it's programmed in a way where you can have these elbow rooms. There's a reason they give you so many elbows in the common pool compared to the three ways. Use those common elbows in the early game where they behave reliably. This also gets us coins toward a potential shovel. And it also doesn't spend a gem with the drawing room, because I think I've also maybe been making the mistake that, ooh, the drawing room, ooh, that's really cool. Being able to redraft your floor plans. It does cost a gem. We need to be very careful about spending gems. So let's take the pantry. And I will draft through the pantry because I want another elbow while they're still as common as they are. Take a bite of our apple. Thank you very much. Give me my coins. Any dig spots in here? It's interesting that it was in the wine cellar. I'm just thinking if there's any, I'm not going to go back to the wine cellar to check, but like, is the flooring in the wine cellar somehow different to where, like, it is a wine cellar, so theoretically it's like closer to the ground, so maybe it's more likely for it to contain a dig spot. Okay, let's draft out of the pantry. We do get the parlor, and we get the commissary. Now, okay, this is interesting, though, because apparently I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Because I was saying that, oh, the elbows are guaranteed to behave correctly together. Nope. Throw that out the window. So now my new lesson has been learned that you cannot rely on jack shit. The hallway, the parlor, neither one of these, or both of them, I should say, have a door that's going the way that I don't want it. However, there's a commissary, and it is pointed the right way. So we have to take the commissary here, right? Because there could be a shovel. Duh. That's an easy pick. We haven't had too many slam dunk picks. I do see on the wall there are 2 shovels hanging there. Are those always there? Do they always just have shovels? Or do they only show up if you can actually buy them? Do we take a look here? I think we do, because I want to draft. Yeah, we'll just draft through the commissary and hope to get a den or a hallway, or hopefully not a chapel, but we might settle for the chapel if we have to. But we're going to check and see. I see a lot of gems up here as well. I think we're potentially getting a shovel. 6 coins for a shovel. Yo. Okay. We have a direction, folks. We just need to get our hands on some coins. So now we really don't want to draft the chapel. Oh my god, that chapel. Yeah, it's a common, though. We might have to... We got to get coins somehow, some way. We'll see exactly how it goes. There are gems here as well. This is the other thing. I think the fact that we only drafted the commissary, we've only drafted it twice. And one of those times that we drafted it, there were no gems, I believe. What were the options? Let me remind myself. Check my notes here. Right, on day 2, it gave us a shovel, but it also gave us a salt shaker, a compass, and a sledgehammer. So they were all items that were not currency, non-currency items. The second time we got the commissary, we'd had this same gem set up here. So we have the big stack of gems for 10 coins. The commissary, I maybe have been making a huge mistake and highly undervaluing it, and been thinking, like, I've been thinking this, you know, my compulsory thing here of trying to arrange things as neatly as possible, I've thought, oh, let's pass the commissary so that we can get it offered later on and get it placed in a more steps efficient location, rank 4 or rank 5. But you know what? It's an uncommon. There's no guarantee that you're going to even see it again. Like we've had it offered, let's see. I guess it shows up based on what I've done. I'm looking at what I do is I take notes on when certain rooms appear. And so I can see that it looks like it's about somewhere between, like, it can be offered as little as, like, well, day 7, it only got offered 2 times because that run got cut short. If a run goes a normal length, it looks like it gets offered about 4 to 6 times. So, okay, it does get offered again, and rank 2 may not be the ideal place for it, but because of that position, the fact that it was, we really, really want to get a shovel, and it also branched out to the right. I don't know if I would have picked it there if it had branched to the left. I think that might have been the wrong choice. The decision-making in this game is so fascinating. Another thing, we really want coins now, holy shit. Because another thing I want to do is I want to have a magnifying glass to check this terminal password down here. I want to see if we can make can we read this at all using a magnifying glass? We need to do that. And maybe we need to check this note as well. I don't know, maybe there's something hidden on the fake note about the commissary being closed. So we still don't know. I don't know what to make of the sketches. I kind of stopped taking screenshots of sketches after like draft 5, day 5. I still have those notes and I might go peruse through them to see if there are any patterns there. But this with and without, I mean, it seems to be asking, is there a room with the bathtub? And is there a room without the bat? The sketches, that is. But even if, you know, most rooms are not going to have the bat sketch. What does that mean? What do I care about rooms that are without a bat sketch? And what do I care about the room that does have, assuming that there's only one? I don't know how often the sketches, if are they randomized the same way that floor plans are? There's only one that gets deployed or spread out into the other rooms besides the commissary. So if I do find this room that has a bathtub sketch, then what does that mean? I haven't put together whatever pattern might be there yet. I do see a dig site here. Holy shit, dude. We just need to get coins. We need coins. Someone... Why was the 50% off sale not today? We still got a ways to go before we get to that. But what we can do next, though, is draft out of the commissary and see what we get. I would love to get... Damn it. Actually, never mind. I didn't see. I saw the chapel, and I was like, damn it. And then I saw security, and I was like, okay, we don't have to draft the chapel, but we do have to spend a gem. We don't have to spend a gem because we can get the den. The den is just absolutely perfect for what we want here. I do want to maybe get the security room because one of the things that we have also potentially been undervaluing is the very cool combo of, and maybe one reason to draft security there is the fact that we know that the commissary is here with gems, so we could potentially get a lot more gems than we normally do. But I think I'll still save my gem there because, I don't know, maybe I should have thought about that a little bit more. What I'm, to finish the thought, the security room plus the utility closet is a pretty powerful combination that I maybe have been undervaluing. The fact that it can bypass keycard doors or reduce the number of keycard doors. Keycard doors can be such a bottleneck if you don't get a keycard. Like, that can completely screw up your game plans. So yeah, maybe the security was the correct choice there, and maybe I should have thought about it a little bit more. Let's draft, though, to the bottom of the den and see if we can... I think this is where we want to put... We've still got all of the common and uncommon dead ends in the pool, so this is a perfect time for us to draft the den. And we do get a walk-in closet. Oh my god. This is... okay, this is a standard. For a second... I have this idea in my head that the walk-in closet is unusual rarity, but I don't think that's correct. I think it is actually just standard, right? Looking at my notes, it is standard rarity. So the walk-in closet would cost us a gem, but it gets us 4 items. The times that we have picked it, have we really only drafted it once? I guess we only drafted it once on day 3, but we did get 2 gems in return. We also got a salt shaker, and we also got a deposit box key. And who knows? Who knows? Maybe, I have a feeling this walk-in closet it does, now that we know that the picture in the walk-in closet is Lady Epson, something tells me the way that they have constructed this game, there is a little bit of like IRL logic to things, so that items that appear in the walk-in closet are probably more likely stuff that Lady Epson would have put in there. Like she would have had some gems, or she would have had, you know, a salt shaker, or it's a little bit of a weird thing to have in your walk-in closet, but who knows? You know, she maybe just really liked, you know, salting her fruit. I was thinking about that the other day, like the fact that it adds steps to your fruit consumption. It's like, I kind of did that as a kid once, didn't I? Putting the salt on the cantaloupe. That's actually not a bad combination, but I haven't done it in forever. Random cat laser brain thought there. What I'm thinking of here is a shovel. Would a shovel appear in the walk-in closet? I feel like I could stretch to see a salt shaker in Lady Epson's walk-in closet, but not so much a shovel. But who knows exactly how the rules of the game behave? So it's between the storeroom and the walk-in closet. We could just guarantee more supplies early on here. We do get an extra coin from the storeroom. But the fact that the walk-in closet is uncommon or standard, we have to pay a gem for it, but for the one time we did draft, we got our gems back. And that's 4 items to potentially see. I think I probably take the walk-in closet here. The storeroom has the potential to get us the broken lever. We have seen that appear twice in the storeroom, but we don't really know what the broken lever does yet. And also, even if we take the coin in the storeroom, we still can't buy the shovel. The shovel costs 6. So let's take the walk-in closet, because who knows? The items in the closet could also be coins. And coins right now are like the most important currency for us to get, period. So let's take the walk-in closet, and also we need to see what's in the pool for walk-in closet items. So we will spend a gem here. I need to be careful about spending my gems, but I feel like this is a good spend. And let's take a step inside, of course. Aha! We do get the sleeping mask. That's a cool pickup, because we have not drafted a single bedroom yet, I don't think. So that's great. Sleeping mask is 1 item, and then we do get the salt shaker again. I've already eaten my food in the pantry, but that's fine. It really wouldn't have been useful to go back, spend the extra step to go back and get my +1. Just eat the fruit when it's there. Don't fucking overthink and overcomplicate and min-max your fucking fruit consumption. Just eat the fruit. We do get a gem refund. So this is not 2 gems, but 1 gem and a key. Okay. So that is interesting that they have, so 2 of the items so far have been currency-based items, and then 2 of them have been more of the the non-currency-based items. Okay, so we have a sleeping mask, we have a salt shaker, and we have a key as well, which hopefully we're not going to have to use for a little while. But we will, I think, draft out of the den. Is that correct? Do I draft from the den or do I draft from the spare room? I think it is correct. We've only taken the pantry so far at common elbows. So because of that, I would much rather get an elbow. I think I would much rather get an elbow. If I have to draft an elbow, then I would want it to be out of the den. The argument to that, though, the other argument would be to go into the spare room and see where that elbow points and give yourself more information before you draft the more reliable den. At the same time, that's going to cost you like 10 extra steps. But when you have a sleeping mask and a salt shaker, steps may not be as scarce of a resource. But I don't think, I think the game wants us to just save our steps for coming back to the commissary when we have enough coins to buy a shovel. Let's not overthink this. Let's draft out of the den and see what we get. Den time. There's a bedroom, and there's also a nook, and there's also an observatory. So we do get one of our, well, all 3 of them are elbows. So we are getting a left-facing elbow no matter what we do. So what do we do? If I draft the bedroom here, this is a pretty good place to draft the bedroom, isn't it? Because if we're coming back to the commissary, there's a good chance we want to walk through the bedroom to get there and save ourselves some steps. Now, the observatory, I think we are at 3 stars right now. So if we draft the observatory and go to 4 stars, the reward for that, as I remind myself here, is +1 gem. So spending a gem here to get the observatory gets immediately refunded. And we get permanent progress toward the next time we draft the observatory. And we still have the bedroom in the pool. The only problem is the bedroom could, if we drafted the bedroom in, say, the next room facing out of the observatory, there's like a 50-50 chance that the bedroom points into the commissary and it's completely defeats the purpose. But we would have other options, right? There's 3 options here that you get to choose from. It feels really good to be able to draft the observatory and bank that permanent progress. The bedroom could contain coins. I just thought of that. We did have one day, I think, where the bedroom had a pile of coins sitting around. Actually, it was days 4 and 5 where there were 3 coins in the bedroom. There could also be a trunk in the bedroom, which would contain gems, most likely. Well, who knows? I just say the trunk that was in the bedroom contained 3 gems. That's what I have noted here. But who knows what trunks can contain a whole bunch of stuff. The observatory is it's an uncommon, it's a standard rarity, and it does upgrade our future runs, but it doesn't really have synergies with other rooms so far as I know. It's kind of a one-off thing that you get, and for that run at least, and if we're trying to make this run as strong as possible, and it does feel like it has a very, very strong potential start to it, we have plenty of potential gems, coins, and keys, and who knows what else to dig up in places thanks to the root cellar. We just need to get our hands on a shovel. And then we need to be able to come back and buy that shovel and potentially a lot of other things. So I think this is a perfect spot for us to put the bedroom. I would love to get the observatory at some other point in the draft, but the bedroom makes so much sense here, and I think we do take it. So let's take the bedroom. Now, the decision point here is, do we draft out of the bedroom or do we draft out of the spare room? We have drafted the den, so one of our 3-ways is gone. We have also drafted, though, a few of our elbows, but only one uncommon dead end in the walk-in closet. So there are, I think the most likely thing that we're going to see in our next pick is dead ends. And then probably elbows are a little bit less, just almost as likely as dead ends. And then 3-ways behind that. Getting at least one of each of those options. I think what I would like to see is I would like to get an elbow from the bedroom that points into rank 4. The chances of that happening, the chances of at least one elbow that points to the right, that actually points in the direction that you want. I don't know what those odds are, but it does feel like it's, it's a coin flip at least, probably. But if we had to settle for a 3-way room that acts as an elbow, that's not, it's not the end of the world. The odds are we're going to have a room that points up into rank 4 going out of the bedroom. And that's really what we want, one way or the other. And even if we drafted the spare room first, there's also no, we have the same problem in terms of where our elbows or our 3-ways are oriented. Like we have just as much of a chance for the elbow out of the spare room to point to the room to the left. Sorry, to point to the room to the right, which is where the bedroom is where we want to draft it. So I think all this to say, I'm overthinking once again. Let's just check the bedroom. Let's see what's in here. I could have seen that there's no trunk. That would have been one thing to note. There are also, unfortunately, no coins on the dresser over here. So we don't get any additional items from, I suppose this is the Baroness's bedroom. And it's interesting that she's the one that has this Rogue Moon necklace. That could be a clue that we need to use to solve a puzzle. I've already forgotten what the sketch was in the commissary that we were looking for with. I remember the bat was without, but what was the with? A bathtub. That's right. Will we see a bathtub anywhere? Let's draft out of the bedroom. Okay. I think I am going to settle for a storeroom here, which is risky It's very risky potentially. But I don't like the way that these others are oriented here. This doesn't do what I wanted. Like, none of these rooms get me up into rank 4. They all are essentially they're basically all dead ends. Because yes, the hallway and the corridor save me some steps instead of having to walk back to the spare room. But I don't feel short. I don't think we're going to be short on steps here. So I think I take the storeroom. And unfortunately, it does limit our options, and we could get unlucky, and then our run is over. And this is just the nature of the game that you're playing. Because we took that wine cellar, this is the risk that you run. Risk versus reward. It's a balancing act, and sometimes even when you make all the correct decisions, not that I'm anywhere close to making all the correct decisions, but even if I was, you still got to get lucky. You still got to, the RNG gods have to smile upon you. We will take the storeroom in this case, and then we will make our way back. Make our way back to... Interestingly, there is a dig spot here. There's 3 dig spots here. Holy shit. Dude, if we... I hope this is not like the hovel plus nursery run. I mean, it'll be fun if it is, because then we get to do another draft. Wait a minute. There's a note here that I missed? What the... Has that been there the whole time? What the fuck? It's not really a note. It's more like a little... It's a Tweety bird with an old school swimming outfit. What the fuck? How did I miss this? It was tucked under one of the chairs and I just didn't look close enough. Unless that's a random thing, but so far these sorts of notes have not been random. So what the hell? Okay. There's 3 dig sites in the storeroom. So if we get a shovel, it's a good thing we've got a bedroom to come back here, because we're going to have a very good reason to come back. We just need coins, and we just need options. Now more than ever, I'm hoping that we get it's a good thing we haven't drafted the hallway or, God forbid, the chapel. I would hate for us to have to draft the chapel here, but we'll do it if we have to. I'm hating that thought of that having to transpire. Don't do it to me, game. Don't make me draft a chapel at that point there. Just give me the hallway that I'm hoping for, and let's be friends. Let's just be friends. Okay, spare room time. This is it. Moment of truth. Dude, there's a dig site in the spare room as well. That root cellar's not kidding when it says it's putting dig sites all over the place. Goddamn. Okay. Go through whatever religious rituals you have to here to try to get good RNG coming out of the spare room. Please. Okay, that's a nook. For a second, I was like, oh no, we're gonna have to take the passageway. We could still take the passageway, but I think we take the nook here. Because now our options are so much more open. And I would love probably to get we're gonna really, really hope to get a 3-way offered to us. Or maybe even the passageway. I might even settle for the passageway because you know what? I'm thinking settling for the passageway out of the nook. Because guess what? What we're not limited on today so far with a commissary that is full stocked with gems, we're not limited on gems. And we have so many dig sites that can have so many gems stashed in them. We just need to get our hands on some coins. And we're not taking the closet to do that because that ends us. I want coins, but not that badly. Is it ever correct to take the passageway here? I don't think so. Like, the nook is good enough, right? It's good enough. It doesn't point into rank 4. We don't have that guaranteed rank 4 option just yet. And that would be one thing that you would pay gems for here, to just give yourself that peace of mind that you've got a door that goes into rank 4. At the same time, as we've seen, just because you've got a door that goes into rank 4, unintentional rhyme now for the how many times that I've said it already, this sentence, but you could get a security door, a key card door, and we don't have a key card. So that passageway feels unnecessarily like we're going to have gems today, but I still don't think it's, I don't know. This may be closer than I think it is. I just want to live in the world, though, where I go nook and then hallway. Hallway that points to rank 4 and rank 2. That would just be Well, it would be really good until we draft down into rank 2 and we get completely cut off by having a dead end there. So I don't know. I'm not going to draft the passageway here. Could be wrong. I'm going to draft the Nook. And we'll take our chances once again. It's only one doorway, and we still have a lot of dead ends in the pool, but I'm gonna take the risk. I'm gonna roll the dice here, man. You gotta roll the dice at least some of the time. Because you're playing a roguelike. Oh shit. We got a magnifying glass. Is this the first time that I've gotten an extra item in the Nook? I don't think this is a very common place to get extra items. So far, we've drafted this, I think, 8 times, and we've never gotten an item. Day 9, we actually get a magnifying glass. That is hilarious. Well, not hilarious. I don't know why it would be hilarious, but it is cool because that means that's, you know, we've got a magnifying glass in the shop, but that's coins we don't have to spend. So give me my magnifying glass, and we have a commissary that I want to check. So we might be getting a terminal password here. Dude, that's awesome. Okay, so a random magnifying glass, random unexpected magnifying glass. Now, we once again pray, but hopefully we don't need as much of that good RNG here. Hopefully this is, we'll see. We'll see. I would love to see that hallway. Pointed in the right direction. Shit. Do we re-roll? Do we re-roll? Because, oh God. I do not want to draft a chapel here. It's a chapel at my bottleneck. That would be so bad. We would be so much farther away from getting a shovel. I also don't want to draft a parlor that goes into rank 4. So I might just re-roll here, because with the corridor is kind of nice because it does, even if, God forbid, we did get offered the chapel again as our only option to get us into rank 4, it would at least be pointed the way that I would want it. It would be pointed to rank 4 because we would be up against the wall. We'd be on the west wing. So we don't get the benefit from the corridor, which is probably another thing I've been undervaluing, and I would love to save it for when we know that we can not... This is what we want to be pointing into rank 4 with the corridor. I mean, it could be correct to take the parlor here. It could be correct to take the risk. We've got 3 keys, which I don't want to start spending, but I'm concerned that we could potentially see a key card door. I don't know the game well enough yet to know, would it give me a key card door in the parlor? Are there rooms? It has felt like there are rooms that are more likely to give you key cards, but I don't think that blue rooms are restricted from giving you key card doors. The security room was very clearly a key card door, or had a key card door. We've seen key card doors in the courtyard. We've seen them in the dark room. We've also seen them in the pool. I feel like they can appear anywhere. Maybe they have a lower chance of appearing at rank 4, but do we want to take that chance? I'm really taking my time on this one because it feels like the run is so close to unlocking. If we get one more coin and we get our hands on a shovel, the run is off. It's launched into the stratosphere, potentially. The problem there is we're also still very close to just not having a run at all, because this is our last option. Every door that we go through here, well, if I take the parlor, that next door is our last option into the rest of the estate. Now, there's a chance in my mind, maybe I'm scarred a little bit from day 7, but there's a chance that that's a keycard door and that the run ends here. In reality, maybe it's a very small chance. But I'm weighing it against this option of taking the chapel and putting ourselves down into, like, it's the chapel is the smart option for trying to build your base. Like, you give yourself maximum maneuverability to fill out the rest of the squares in ranks 1 through 3, but you're potentially backtracking over this chapel at least twice, maybe 3 times, and losing coins every step of the process. Which is why I have this inclination to just take the corridor, because then we would still have all of the 3 ways except the den in the pool, and we would also be adding the west wing. We could get the west wing coming out of the corridor. And now that I think of it, I guess any way we slice this, there's only one, no matter what you take, you're eventually going to end up with one single door that could be a keycard door going in to rank 4. So does that mean take the parlor and then hope you get like a hallway or something coming out of the parlor, and then you can maneuver your way down into the rest of ranks 1 through 3? The parlor does have a chance to contain, we've seen both the car keys, we've seen the car keys a couple times, and we had the coin purse that appeared. So there's a chance for extra items. Who knows, maybe even coins could just appear in the parlor. Okay, I think I convinced myself here to take the parlor. Like the fact that I talked that out and said, no matter what, you're going to end up with one entrance into rank 4. That's the way this played out. You're not going to get any, maybe, I don't remember what our options with the bedroom were, but I feel like none of those took us into rank 4, did they? I don't think we got offered a hallway or anything. Maybe we did. But however this is played out, at this point, at this stage in the game, you only have the one option. And maybe I could have taken something differently at the Nook. Maybe that's where I went wrong. But whatever the case may be, we're here at the parlor. Let's take that. We'll take our gems, and we'll hope that we just don't get, this is what you're hoping every step of the way. You just hope that you don't get unlucky. Oh, I don't like this. I don't love it, but I don't want to waste the coins by stepping through the chapel. I don't want to do it. It's not a security door. Okay, that's a good thing. Oh, and there's an apple over here. Look at that. And we have do we have a salt shaker? Yes, we do have a salt shaker. So we eat our apple and we get our extra step. Yay, because everybody loves salty apples. We get our wind-up key. Okay, so fruit can also appear in the parlor. And we play our game, which apparently is going to keep getting harder and harder. Okay, this statement appears on another box. Oh boy, I see what they're saying. Okay. Okay, all right. I can start to see maybe what the wrinkle. Aha, there it is. This statement appears on another box. So they've duplicated this statement. And by duplicating it, it makes the statement true. Which means that this statement has to be false. Aha, the blue box is empty. Okay. All right, this is fun. I still feel like if we're careful with our logic, we should be fine. We'll see how it goes, though. Okay, not a security card door. There's only one door to draft, right? We only have this one single door to draft, so there's only one way to go, and it's not locked. Yay! Now, this is a security door. Okay. For a second, I forgot the fact that we have. Well, okay. This is worth thinking about. It's not the chapel. Because we don't have to pick. I was thinking for a second that the security was not rotated the way I wanted, but it's fine. It points in 2 directions that we haven't drafted. So my instinct here is to take the security room. Now the argument for the observatory, it gives you less options in terms of doors, but one thing I had not considered until I took my break just a moment ago was the fact that we've been told that the observatory could have multiple constellations in the sky on any given day. And just because we have 4 stars doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to get the 4-star reward. We could get the 1-star and the 3-star reward. And we know, because we've been taking meticulous notes, that the 1-star reward is a coin. Just going to double check that to be sure, but the North Star grants us 1 gold coin. The chance of getting our 6th gold coin here, ooh, that would be pretty good. Now, I don't know for sure that's how it works. And even if it does, it's still probably a 50-50 between whether you get the 4-star reward or the 1 plus 3-star rewards. So the smart, consistent choice, and definitely the one that gives you the more options in terms of drafting, is the security house, is the security room. And the other reason to draft the security room is that when you do get the utility closet, which we might get, hopefully we would get in one of these 2 dead end spots that are down in the bottom of ranks 1 and 2, the utility closet would mean you don't have to worry about key cards anymore. And we don't really have to worry about gems here. Gems are not the main consideration, especially if we get a shovel. Shovel, 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 shovel. Man, do I wish I kind of had a coat check so I could get my lucky rabbit's foot out of the coat check to make sure I get a shovel. The other thing that we could do with the security room, now that we have a magnifying glass, we could also do this in the commissary, but we don't have to go back to the commissary just yet. Because I get the feeling that the note in the commissary is the same, is going to tell us if there is anything to be revealed by the magnifying glass. It's going to tell us the exact same thing in both the security room and the commissary. I think the note is the same. Maybe not. We'll find out here. If we draft security, we could check them both. I think that is what I'm going to do. We'll take security, give ourselves the most options, give ourselves the ability to get the utility closet and unlock all key card doors altogether. Let's do it. Security room. And who knows, one of these days, maybe we'll find a security key card just laying around in the security room. I feel like that should happen at some point. Okay, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to satisfy my curiosity. Well, first, we'll magnifying glass these, the blue and the red notes. We still haven't seen any invisible ink. I feel like that's probably not going to be a thing. Oh, I forgot there's also that note. There's another note over on the desk with the terminal that, that would have, whatchamacallit. There's a note that has some small writing that I think we've read. The red notes lie unless they're handwritten, but we should check it with the magnifying glass to be sure. Let's first, though, check this note here. The staff notice, terminal password, Swan Song. It is Swan Song. Oh, shit. Terminal password is Swan Song. Before we do that, let's just double check this note here to be sure. We've got it. We've got, I think, the terminal password. Okay, it doesn't, I was wondering if it might reveal anything more, but we do see unless written by hand, which we had kind of seen already. That's, I think, the one exception so far, the one thing that we've been able to read without the aid of the magnifying glass that maybe is intended for the magnifying glass. Terminal password time. Ladies and gentlemen, log into network. I didn't even think about the idea. Oh shit. Are they is there capital allowed? There is capital letters that are allowed. I didn't even think about letters being involved. Holy shit. Swan Song. And it's centered perfectly, isn't it? Password accepted. Let's fucking go. Oh shit, what a moment. Listen to this dial-up 56K baud or whatever. Wait, I don't remember about what bit rates on modems were, but the old modem sound is always hilarious to hear. Okay, whoa. There's shit here. Of course there's shit here. We have staff services, remote terminal access, electronic mail. My mind goes to the instructions for the utility closet that may be in our email. There's data transfers. There's glossary of terms. Of course, picking the security room was the correct room here, if nothing else, because it actually has the terminal. Yes, we could have maybe gotten the password in the commissary, but we still would not have had access to a terminal until we drafted security or one of the other terminal rooms. Let's go. This is so exciting. Staff services. Let's check it out. Punch in and out. Staff announcements, request schedule change, special orders. We can punch in and out, but this service has been temporarily disabled. As of November 4th, all work has been suspended at Mount Holly and all domestic staff has been placed on an extended paid leave in accordance with the instructions left by the old man himself. See Mrs. Babbage for more detail. So I guess that's the reason why, that's the in-game explanation as to why nobody's here. And that totally makes sense. Of course, the old man has passed away. So staff announcements. Saturday, November 7th, which was day 1. I don't think anyone else has access to this network this month except you, Simon. So if you're reading this, just know we're all rooting for you, which is hilarious because guess what? We picked the root cellar today, guys. Haha, cause puns. Your friends in faithful service. Okay, all right. Thank you, guys. My friends left me an announcement just for me to find. That's so cool. Request schedule change. Also temporarily disabled. Okay. And then the last one here is special orders. If you would like to get a specific brand of gum or your favorite fruit, the commissary is now taking special orders for all members of the staff. Special orders can take 1 to 3 days. Okay. Do we place a special order? Is there any downside to doing this? Like dispersing the payroll? Is that because we know dispersing payroll is like a once a week thing, which I guess we can do now because we are on day 9, which is a Sunday, but we would need the office for that. We do want coins though. The office gets his coins, so we'd love to see that pop up. That would be like an Instapick. Place a special order though. What does that do? What would you like to order? Oh, it allows you to kind of guide your upcoming drafts. Brass compass, magnifying glass, metal detector, running shoes, shovel, sleeping mask, and sledgehammer, which we have all seen. We've seen all of these options offered, but we could... Where's the gum, though? Where's my favorite brand of gum? That's what I was curious to learn more about. I don't know that I want to order anything right now, because well, you know, a special order might be free. This would be the reason to do this, is it might, because I was thinking, well, it's just going to replace one of the other options in the shop. We're just going to get a guaranteed shovel that gets placed there, and we're still going to have to buy it with coins. However, maybe it's just for free. Maybe we just get to pick one of these, and that's our freebie for whatever day it arrives. I wasn't a big fan of the compass, if I'm being honest, just because I haven't quite... The utility of making your way north more quickly only seems like a good thing to me if you really want to get to the antechamber. And other than day 2, where we were just making a point to try to get to the antechamber, it now seems like I don't want to race there, because the quicker I go north, the more locked doors I run into. And the more gems I'm going to have to spend. Well, it's really the locked doors. It's not the gems are not really the concern so much as key cards and locked doors. So it feels like the brass compass could be an active downside depending on how the run goes. The magnifying glass, we have been able to glean a number of secrets now, including getting here as a result. So the magnifying glass maybe is not a top priority. Metal detector has been nice when we've had it. The sleeping mask feels like a pretty overall positive to any run that you happen to pick it up. The sledgehammer, you've got to be a little fortunate because trunks are not, you know, when you do get trunks, they're awesome, but they don't show up as often as other extra items, I don't think. So the best one to put on order here, if you think it's going to be free, or even if you don't, maybe, is you would want to draft a root cellar again to go along with that. Like, I'm curious to know, it said it'll be between 1 and 3 days. So it sounds like you're not going to be able to know exactly what day the shovel is coming, and therefore try to draft the root cellar on that day before you see the commissary. You would have to like draft the commissary first and then go out to the root cellar. And then like, I think once you've drafted the rooms, the ordering in this game seems like if you want to get the effect or benefit of a specific room like the root cellar, you have to do it first, because you can't retroactively add dig sites. I'm guessing, I don't know for sure, but I don't think you're going to be able to add dig sites after you've already drafted several rooms and gotten a commissary and gotten your hands on a shovel, and now you say, aha, now I want to go draft that root cellar. Well, okay, you can do that, but you're only going to get the dig sites in the rooms you haven't drafted yet. I'm going to go ahead and do the sledgehammer just because this is the one that I think we only got our hands on one time, and so I'd like to play around with it more, and I don't want to get the compass again. I feel like we've only gotten each of those. The compass and the sledgehammer has only showed up once for us, and I would rather try the sledgehammer again because of the upside of whatever is, if you happen to get trunks that day, not having to spend keys on those is pretty awesome, saving those for the higher ranks. So let's do the sledgehammer. This order is estimated to take 1 to 2 days. Is this okay? Yes. Let's see how this works. And theoretically, we could come back here to do other special orders. You cannot place another special order while a previous request is processing. That's fine, but I don't, based on the messaging so far, it doesn't look like it works like the payroll distribution, which is only once a week. Once our shovel gets delivered, we should be able to place another special order, which is cool. A good incentive to come back and draft the security room again. So many fun decision points in this game. Okay, we're done, I think, with staff's services. So let's check remote terminal access. It is possible to connect to other active terminals elsewhere on the estate using RTA. So let's look at those active terminals. And we do see that no other terminals are currently connected. There's one for the office. Can I actually... It's just offline because we haven't drafted it. Laboratory is the same way, and the shelter as well. Okay. What benefit does that get us? Why would we want to connect to these remotely? That doesn't quite make sense to me yet, why that's useful. So maybe once we've drafted something like the office, we'll have to check that terminal and see what happens. So let's go back to check the others here. Email, though, is the one that I was very interested in. Except the permissions of this terminal do not allow email access. Currently, this feature can only be accessed via the terminal located in the office. Okay. All right, so that's fun. There are certain, like, you get your terminal password, which is great, but you still can only access certain things from certain rooms. So, oh my gosh, the layers. Peeling back the layers in this game is so much fun. It's so much freaking fun. Data transfers from Synca are currently not available. Don't know what that would be. Okay. Maybe that'll be something in the future. Glossary of terms. Oh my God. There is, like it says, an entire glossary of terms. I see. It's explaining each of these additions and adjoining, archived floor plan. Okay. Wow. Blessings. Call it a day. What in the heck? There could be so much potential information here. Stuff that I am going to screenshot for now, but I don't want to be reading new information just yet. We might save this for perhaps the end or another day. Did it actually get that screenshot, or am I going to have to do this? Because I think it actually escaped out when I pressed my screenshot button. So I think I'm going to have to do this a different way. Interestingly, there is one option here that has a very big question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Maybe there's more than just one option. There's maybe a couple of these that are just hidden. So we need to make some additional discovery first before those glossary terms become available. Like the archived floor plan here we see because we have drafted the archive. So there's some additional effects that are as of yet, we've got spoiler question marks to make sure that we don't... spoil ourselves. Oh, interesting. There is an entry here for black prints. I might actually read that one while we're here, because we have had hints of this before, but we haven't really known what they are. Ancient floor plans from eras long past, excavated from the depths of history. These floor plans lack the colored borders of their modern counterparts. I see. They're black prints because they're from the Stone Age. All right. They didn't have... They couldn't make blue back then. It was too... The blue was advanced tech that just was beyond any comprehension. So black prints were the way to go. Okay, that's good. So we've got a black print explanation now. Oh, this is an interesting tidbit with the dirigiblocks. Although the game is not currently accessible, it is scheduled to be added in a future patch. It sounds like the game devs are actually working on having dirigiblocks be something in-game later. Okay, looking forward to playing that at some point. Yeah, there are a lot of glossary terms here that kind of contains information that we're already familiar with, but I think there are maybe some details in here that are probably new that we'll need to go over at some point. So maybe at the end, I will peruse through that and pull out the the relevant details. But okay, we finally finally have gotten not remote access, but terminal access through our password there. So good, good, good. Now, the other good thing is that neither one of these doors are blocked via a key card. So I think the first place that we're going to go, I guess we could check both of them theoretically. If rank 5 is a thing that we would want to draft or add rooms from the pool at rank 5, what have I only seen at rank 5 or above so far? I want to say that it was previously the office, but we did see the office in rank 3, I think, either yesterday or the day before. So I'm not, I don't think I have anything at uncommon or standard that has only shown up at rank 5 or above. If we go to unusual rarity, there's the mail room, there's the library, the workshop, the boiler room, the Great Hall, although maybe we got some help from the library, because I think we drafted the Great Hall through the library once, and I feel like the library probably skews the draft pool, given that it makes less common plans more likely. And really, this whole idea that I've got in my head about certain rooms only being available at certain ranks, that may not even be a thing at all. Don't tell me for sure, but it could just be that some rooms are just rare, and the fact that you think that they're only showing up at higher ranks is just a matter of them not being offered because they're rare. But I do feel like there's additional restrictions that are in play, most likely. Let's go ahead and draft to the left out of security. If it's locked, then maybe we draft up into rank 5 and see where it goes from there. But even if it's locked, we're going to have to spend a key to get down. If we want to draft down into ranks 1 through 3, the rest of those ranks, we're going to have to spend a key if this is locked, because the door that comes from the top, if we were to go up through rank 5 to try to get down to rank 4 on the west wing, that would also be locked almost certainly. So I'm okay with spending a key here if we have to. Okay, the west wing hall is the choice here. The garage is great, and the kitchen would be great as well, but those two close us off from the rest of the house. And I think it's more important for us to take the guaranteed west wing hall and try to open up the rest of those rooms down below. That's kind of what I was hoping for. This is what we hope for on this side, especially because it is the west wing hall. It can only appear on the west wing. So let's take it and let's explore. We're still looking for coins because there could be dig site apparently in the west wing hall as well. The dig sites can be anywhere, feels like. We have not, I don't think, looked at this note with the magnifying glass, but I don't see what we would find that we haven't seen already. And that is the case. No, still no invisible ink. So let's draft downwards, because now we should be back to where we're not worrying about keys. Oh my God. Oh my God. We have finally been offered a foyer. Holy shit. This is a slam dunk foyer. Not only because it's the only time we've ever seen it offered, and hopefully not the last. It's such an amazing effect. Hallway doors are always unlocked, and we've only drafted the West Hall wing so far. We still have the corridor, although that doesn't matter. We still have the hallway. We still have the passageway. Oh my God, we have the passageway. And we are going to most likely have gems. We just need a coin. Could there be a coin in the foyer? Certainly somebody has run through the foyer and dropped a bit of loose change, haven't they? This is a slam dunk foyer. This is so fucking exciting. And then, of course, the ultimate, the granddaddy of them all in terms of combinations, room combos to access the Great Hall. That would be, oh my goodness. We would prioritize the library a lot more highly now, I think, just for the chance to get access to the Great Hall. What was the other thing that gave us access to the Great Hall? I think the silver key also helped us. The silver key gets us more doors. We're taking the foyer. Let's do it. Holy shit, that's exciting. Oh my God. Okay. We've had a couple drafts that have been a bit subpar, primarily because of my dingus decision-making skills. But otherwise, this draft now is kind of making up for it, because this is so much fun. Okay, we're in the foyer. We got two hands pointing at the door, which I'm very excited to draft and see what else we get in these ranks. But here in the foyer, is it foyer or foyer? I might say both. It looks like we have busts of the folks in the family tree. We've got Lord William Epson here, followed by Baron Thomas Sinclair. Oh, but right, these are the two patriarchs of the conjoined sides of the family tree. Oh, then we have someone completely new here. Major Nicholas Key IV. Who the heck is that? He does look like he's wearing some sort of a military outfit, as opposed to the more formal dinner wear of the former two. And then we have on this side, we have who? Jeariena? And then we have Baron Edwin Sinclair. Wait a minute. There's two Baron Sinclairs and a Count Isaac Gates. Holy shit. Okay, there's so many potential. This is so fucking cool. Because I want to know more about each and every one of these folks. But the fact that we're introducing so many names and faces, putting names to faces, because I feel like we've seen... I'm going to check my notes because I did actually take screenshots, I think, of the entrance hall and the busts that are there. Because who is in the entrance hall is my question. I think we can figure that out here. I want to say that this guy, Lord William Epson, oh yeah, it would actually make perfect sense that he and the Baron, I think those are the two that are portrayed in the entrance hall. Yeah. That totally makes sense because those are the two sides of the family tree, right? So freaking cool. Definitely taking screenshots of each of these. And that's awesome. We got to draft the foyer. That's the next thing, of course. We've been not getting to... We're at the point where the new rooms are going to be a little more rare. And so I forgot to read about the root cellar, first of all. An underground store of jarred vegetables and fruits from Mount Holly's gardens. It's always amazing what great things come from a little digging around in the dirt. And that is unusual rarity, just like all the other outer rooms. But then we also have our last hallway. The grand Baroque hall of Mount Holly is impressive to behold. This ornamented passage is flanked with marble pillars and features bust statues of the more prominent figures of the Sinclair family legacy. It's actually only unusual. I would have guessed that it would be rare because it's the first time we've ever seen it. And it is a straight through as well. So you have the corridor. I forgot about the secret passage, and the secret passage would also be awesome to draft today because that could get us the Great Hall. Holy shit. I just don't quite know who goes in what part of the family tree yet. Obviously, the Sinclairs we can figure out, but I don't know about Count Isaac Gates or Jeariena. Like, are these Sinclair or Epson related? Don't know yet. What I do know, though, is it's time to draft, assuming there's no coins that I've just completely overlooked somehow in my excitement, but I don't see any of those, so draft the next door we shall. That is so... Oh my god. Oh my god, we are getting another new room. Potentially. And I think we will take the laboratory because it's a new room, and that's what we're doing today, especially when gems, hopefully, are not as much of a concern. That's very exciting. I want to know all about experimental house features, especially now that we know there's a terminal in the laboratory. I want to see what the remote access is all about. It also is an elbow that gets us to... We only have either an elbow or a dead end here. And while I would, you know, taking the closet and maybe getting a coin, although I don't think we've seen coins yet offered from the closet. We've seen dice, gems, keys, a metal detector, but so far, no coins. I suppose the metal detector could get us coins. If in fact the metal detector does actually boost the chance that coins just randomly show up in rooms, which I think might be the case. I feel like the one day that we did find a coin in the spare room, we had a metal detector. So I think the metal detector actually does boost the chance of coins just randomly dropping when you draft the room. While that is the case, or while there's a chance to get that metal detector in the closet, it's at common. Why not just take the laboratory and maybe also draft the closet after that? The boudoir, the only reason to potentially take the boudoir here would be if you thought you could get a coin from it, but I don't think random coins, we haven't seen those yet in the boudoir. Have we seen any extra items? The only time we saw extra items in the boudoir was when we had a lucky rabbit's foot. So I think the clear choice here is the laboratory, and we get more new stuff. This is so... I can't say it enough, guys, how much fun I am having with this game. And also, all of a sudden, oh my god, there is potentially so much information in this room. Look at this. What is this? Holy shit. What? I've been enjoying watching Prison Break recently, which I had watched back in the day but never finished. And so this is reminding me of, like, the dude's plans, the mad scheming of breaking out of prison, all up on the wall here. Except I don't think that's what we're doing here. We're trying to put together some sort of, like, advanced molecular, because of course we're in the lab. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What in the hell is this? A periodic table of elements, but there are numbers. No fucking way. No fucking way. Wait a second. I don't know what this is. Okay, I was thinking for a second that maybe the note in the hovel that was left by presumably Denny, that has a 5-digit code on it. It was like 459 something. And it makes me think of this here. Like, oh, are we like adding and subtracting together different elements? I'm probably jumping the gun. Okay, man. Whoa, there is... Now, okay, some of this info might not be important. So we might be... My initial information overload, being scared of that happening, maybe is not that big a deal here, because maybe a lot of this stuff can't be zoomed in on, and therefore the only thing that's really relevant to us is this periodic table of elements, perhaps. Let's keep looking around the room. Oh my god, wait a second, there's switches. Maybe that's what this has to do with? There's like an entire generator here or something. Okay, I don't want to break anything, so let's not touch any switches just yet. Can we actually... I thought for a second it was... No, we can maybe turn these switches that are at the bottom. What the fuck? Oh, okay, it's not it's not these, like... I thought the red and blue and yellow switches at the very bottom could be fooled with. Was getting scared. There's so many potential combinations, but I think maybe it's just these 3 knobs here and then the 10 levers. What the fuck? What the fuck, guys? Okay, there's a terminal. There's a red note, which is a lie. Effective immediately, electronic mail can only be accessed via the security terminal. I mean, that's not like a full-on lie, I don't think, but it's like a lie of omission. Because from what we know, email's only in the office. This is so cool. This draft just feels so much better so far than the previous couple days. We still need a coin. Somewhere, somehow, I want a coin. Oh god. Okay. So there is an actual, maybe it is an actual legit periodic table. Hydrogen, helium. I don't remember the song. Don't ask me to do the song. But I think this is a legit periodic table. So we can go over and reference this and figure out, apparently there is some order to these elements that needs to be applied, because we have numbers 1 through 12 that are on this table. And then there's an arrow that points to the left. So we apply numbers 1 through 12 here. But why are there only 10 knobs? That's what I don't quite get yet, unless I'm adding things to... Hold on. There's got to be instructions somewhere. Somewhere, somebody has left some sort of notes as to how this damn thing works. Surely. Aha, here we go. Maybe. Heating and cooling curves. H2O melting point at parts per... What is PPT? 0.1 to 0.5. The important part here is probably not that so much as this graph. What is the graph showing me? Test 205 at atmospheric pressure, 93 kPa in Mount Holly freezer. Lab technician Randolph M. It's showing us a melting point at 0 degrees C. That's water, right? So we're looking at... Oh, hold on. Complete thaw, cooler is unaffected. So we're talking about the melting point of water. We're showing room temperature and then where a complete thaw happens, except the cooler is unaffected. What? It feels like they're talking about some special interaction that involves having a freezer in your house, but I don't quite get how we take advantage of that. We look in the microscope. Any coins? There's some very tantalizing coffee that's been left behind here, but I don't see any coins laying around just yet. Aha, there is another note left by Kimberly. Where have we heard or read the name Kimberly so far? I have it in my notes somewhere. Where was that found? Apparently... Oh... The borrower in the person who borrowed Drafting Strategy Volume 3 before us was Kimberly Thompson. Kimberly Thompson was interested in drafting strategy. What? And she also works here in the lab. Let's read the note. I typically work over at Cinca Labs, but got sent over here for a month to assist more with the new turbine tests. I think I need some help. For the past 3 days, I've been unable to find the laboratory on the estate. I can understand why. Today was the first success on that front. Can anyone tell me if this is typical? And if so, how do you get any work done? Good question. Before I arrived, I was briefed on the way the doors work, but I must admit I did not expect to be excluded from my new workstation for the first week. Any tips from my fellow technicians would be appreciated. Kimberly Thompson. Still not seeing anything additional with the magnifying glass on any of these. It does feel with the magnifying glass like if you are observant enough, you can overlook things like we did the note that was in the mailroom. And I think also for a moment I overlooked this, the bit about the cooler is unaffected. At first I thought this was like a graph line. But if you're looking closely enough, you can make out the fact that there's text there and that you need the magnifying glass for it. It's pretty cool how they've done this, right? Having the password scribbled out like that, the swan song, but then the magnifying glass makes it very clear. Okay, I think though that is all the things that we can interact with outside of the terminal. Let's check with the terminal and see if there's anything new here. Or are these all the same options? No, we do have experiment setup. So each terminal, that makes sense. Each terminal has its own room-specific options. And we see experiment setup, research log, pause experiment, and then we do get the login to network. Let's do the login to network first because I am curious to see if this remote terminal access does anything. Password accepted. Swan Song is good on this terminal as well. Get that good old AOL dial-up sound. You've got mail. And then we check the remote terminal access and see security. Oh, I get it. That's what it is. It's it just lets you access those, what you would only be able to access if you were in the security room. Except now that you've actually drafted that room, you don't have to walk back to security if you wanted to check, what were the security related options? Oh, of course, deactivating key cards and such, right? That's cool, because now you've logged into the security terminal. That's awesome. And now you could change these settings. So right now we've got this on, I totally forgot to change these. In fact, I should have done that. That was a misplay. We need to set the security level to low, and we need to set the offline mode to unlocked. That should be our default until we get a key card. But if we were lucky enough to get a key card somewhere in the next couple rooms, then we could change this setting right here and now without having to go back to security. In this particular map, that's not like amazing, because I don't think I could check the map from here, but we would be walking past the security room on our way back to draft the upper ranks. So it's not a big deal in this case, but it could be depending on your layout. You might have the laboratory way up in rank 9 and the security's way back on rank 2. Getting to change that from here could be awesome. So it's cool. I love these layers that we're finally getting to connect. Excellent. Let's look though at the, oh, I guess that backed us all the way out of the terminal, but I wanted to check the laboratory options here and go through those. Experiment setup. In the laboratory, you're free to experiment by testing and combining different mechanics to create an original and unique house feature that will last until the end of the day. Huh. Well, I want to know more, but I am always a little anxious about doing something that I'm going to regret doing. Do I want to continue with the experiment or check the other options first? I kind of want to check the other options first and see if we can like gather any intel that would help us make that decision. No experiments found. Research logs will be available. Oh, okay. I get it. So you do your experiments and then you can come back here, similar to having a draft or house history. You can come back here to see what research or experiments that you've done before. And apparently, okay, I think I get it now, because pause experiment would be, okay, we've done this experiment that we've now applied. We've got some effect, something new that's in effect as we're drafting, and we've decided, who knows what it could be, but we've decided, I don't want that after all. Let me pause it. Let me turn that effect off and go draft some new rooms. I see. And we would get to do this theoretically at the security terminal using remote access, because we now have that. Oh man, this is great. Let's try the experiment setup and see what we get. So continue. What's it going to do for me? We can choose a cause from column A and an effect from column B. So column A has stuff like each time you eat an apple or immediately. And then column B has, ooh, gain 1 star. It has lose 10 steps and gain 20 gold. Oh, shit. I almost don't even need to read anything else because I think I know what we're doing here. Holy fuck. What? That is so fucking cool. That is so fucking amazing. Because we're getting a shovel, ladies and gentlemen. We are, the run has arrived. We've made it, I think. We could also add a small chest to the entrance hall, but fuck that shit. There's no way we're doing that. The other option from column A, while drafting, if you draw a drawing room floor plan, there's no fucking way we're doing that. This is immediately lose 10 steps and gain 20 gold. Easiest decision of my life. It's interesting though. This is going to be, I'm going to be interested to catalog these, of course. So I will take a screenshot as to what these potential options could be. This, oh my God. This game is amazing. I can't believe that I was sleeping on this game. I was kind of just, I don't know, for whatever reason, I don't like to know a lot about the game before I play it. Any game. I just want to know, am I going to like it? And that's the vibe that I got from other people who were kind enough not to spoil anything for me. Were like, you should play this game. You should play this game. I get it, guys. This is unbelievable. This is so fucking cool. I don't care about these 10 steps because I care way more about that 20 fucking gold. Chapel can go to hell. Bring me all the chapels in the world. I don't give a shit because I have 20 gold, baby. Combine and oh man, are we in business. I do like that they give you a couple steps of confirmation here. They want to make sure. Are you sure that this is what you want to do? Yes. Yes. We'll get steps back because we're going to dig up turnips. That'll be fine. We have a sleep mask as well. And we can turn this off, supposedly? I don't know how they would do that. How do you turn off? How do you pause an experiment where you're immediately getting this sort of a reward? Do they just refund you the steps and then take back your coins? Interesting. Let's go ahead and do it, though. This is, oh my God. This game's awesome. Give me those coins. Gimme. Experiment successful. Because of course it is. Because of course it is. Ah, that feels so good. That feels so good. Okay. I do want to... Oh, wait a second. Oh, there was another thing here. This machine requires additional power piped in from the boiler room. Shit. I didn't think about this, but this actually could make it very likely that we're going to see a boiler room. We could get a boiler room here somewhere, because I think, yeah, look at this. It's the piping that does not extend out into the foyer, but the piping that would go to the boiler room. I think we'll see how we go in a moment here when we draft, but I feel like there's a pretty good chance we get a boiler room here. I don't know if I'm going to take it, but that's an interesting thing to think about. So, because I was going to, I was going to take a break and then try to do some experimentation with this periodic table a little bit to see what we can get to work, but we need power for this. So it's probably not even, so now I will try to play around with some things. And the light flash is red because it says you need power, you dingus. Didn't you read the sign? And I see it. Okay, there's a set of arrows here that tells us where the power or something needs to fill up to here. So that needs to be done. And also, okay, it is just the 10 levers. Fortunately, there's no, we don't have to fool with knobs at the bottom. It's just you click the hand icon takes you into this freeze frame where you're only able to touch the 10 levers. Good. So those 10 levers will be experimented with later. They have added a post-it note to our blueprint menu. Experiment 1, immediately lose 10 steps, gains 20 goes. Successful triggers 1. There's only one successful trigger that I think we're going to get in this instance, but that's fun that depending on, I guess we can go back now and check the other options here in our log. I do want to check that real quick actually and see. So if we go to research logs, oh, they will be available the day after. Okay, we can't see that right now. I'm wondering if it would show us the other options that we had at the time, right? That would be a point of analysis to see whether or not I made the correct choice. In this case, this was an easy one because, of course, we want to buy a shovel. But it's interesting that the other options that would not proc, if you chose one that would rely on you drafting a particular room or whatever the case may be, then you would get some reinforcement as to whether or not you got successful triggers off of that. So, okay. All right. A detail there that is cool. Let me also screenshot this note that I forgot to add. And then I got to say, man, this is easily the most excited I have been for a run so far. There is so much potential in what we could do this run. It's so exciting. The only things that we have to be wary of are we have to be wary of getting our way blocked, either by not having enough keys. So far, that is not as big of a concern because we do have 3 keys and we have the foyer. Holy shit. Passageway is going to be amazing now, potentially. But we do want to make sure that we are drafting things like the passageway and that we don't end up dead-ending ourselves somehow. And don't dead-end ourselves in some, dingus way by having too many key cards present. Fortunately, we have access security before seeing any key cards, I think. I don't think there was a key card on the West Wing Hall, north-facing door. So now, with the security level set to low, there should only be 1 or 2 key cards in the entire place. So we should be good? Question mark? I don't know if we can dig up keys or not, but we're going to be going and getting a shovel in a moment after we draft this last room here that we can get at rank 2 and see what it gives us. Aha! And we do get an observatory after all. We're definitely not taking in archives, and we're definitely not taking a weight room in a place where we have no... There's no more doors to be had. So this is a perfect time for us to take the observatory and perhaps, you know, get a coin that we probably don't need now, but we could see what our chances are in getting constellations observed in the sky, losing half our steps. XD. Okay, give me that observatory. And man, the creepy moving on its own telescope will forever catch me off guard. But we get to reap some rewards. Let's take a look what we get with 4 stars. And I guess there's nothing special to be done in terms of, like, you don't click on one of the stars to make things happen differently, depending on which star you click. I think you just click the screen in general, and there is the Diamondus Miner. Okay, we do get the 4-star reward that we initially were expecting. And we'll see how that works going forward. But we do have the 2 gems. 2 gems in our stockpile. Although we're going to have a lot more gems very shortly. I don't think... I've taken the notes on everything here. I don't know what there is to be done. Since we didn't get a boiler room here, I don't think there's any experimentation that we can do. So this will have to be something that I mull over and play around with down the road if we get the correct combination of things. Like, we had the pump room that was next to the boiler room that one time, so we were able to do fun things, draining the fountain and whatnot. So we've got to get the laboratory next to the boiler room at some point in the future. Okay, first order of business, though. Next order of business. I've taken mental notes, I think, of all of the various dirt piles that I've been seeing. And I also, when I took my break, I also thought for a moment, do I have enough steps to get back where I need to go? I think we do. And assuming, one of the things I have been assuming, I hope it's a correct assumption, but I've been expecting or anticipating that piles of dirt are going to give us things we can eat, like turnips. The turnip that we dug up, I think, one time in the green room, or the courtyard, wherever that was that we dug up. Oh, there was also one here in the commissary. I'm anticipating we're going to be getting a lot of steps back. I think even with our step count as it is, we can still get to all the dig spots, but I'm expecting that we're going to be getting a lot of them back. Let's hope that's the case, because I want this to run to keep going as long as possible. Aha! Fascinating. The magnifying glass is already owned, and therefore you don't have to buy it, or you're not even allowed to buy it again in the commissary, because that wouldn't make any sense. Why would you want double magnifying glasses? Unless you were trying to fry twice as many ants at the same time. And we're not doing that in this game, because this is blueprints, not cook the ants. We want to be cooking some food, though. I want to be getting the dining room eventually, and all sorts of stuff. Man, this run. Give me that shovel before I forget, before I somehow misclick and buy a whole bunch of gems without buying my shovel. We're going to buy gems as well, right? Because obviously 4 gems for 10 coins is amazing. And then do we just also buy, do we spend the rest of our money on gems? We're going to have to come back through the commissary. Let's start digging. Let's start digging and see what we get, and then we can decide if we need more gems. There's a turnip, and it's a salted turnip, so it gives us 7 steps instead of 6. Let's go. Oh, baby, this is going to be fun. I can't wait to play Dirigiblocks when it actually is out in whatever patch it's supposed to come out in. Now I'm going to have to... Now I'm starting to take a closer look at what it could possibly be, because it's not just here for flavor. Theoretically, it's going to be a game at some point. It looks like we've got people in hot air balloons and blimps, and there's a bird dropping, what is that, a gem or a package? What is going on there? Okay, that'll be fun. Was there one in the den? I don't think so. I don't think there was one in the walk-in closet like we speculated. There was probably not going to be a shovel, and also not a dig site in Lady Epson's walk-in closet. That's right, the bedroom keeps us, refunds our 3 dig sites in the goddamn storeroom. What the hell? And we do get a rather dirty coin, which can be spent in shop rooms. Just a single dirty coin. All right, cool. We have to remember also these dig sites can contain nothing like this, a worthless old shoe. So sometimes these dig sites are going to be a complete bust. Oh, but they do contain keys as well. An ordinary key that can be used to open one locked door. Oh my God, this is, the dopamine overload that I'm having right now is too much. I should probably see a physician, but this is so much fun. So now we got to buy all these gems, don't we? What would we be saving our gems for? Sorry, our coins for. We could be saving it for food in the kitchen. And we do already have 6 gems, but man, it feels like you can never have enough gems. We have a salt shaker and we have a sleeping mask. And we're going to be digging up more turnips, potentially. And we don't have a kitchen. We don't even know if we're going to get a kitchen. And if we are going to be buying the passageway, if we're going to be buying, you know, like we just want to have gems. The drafting strategy volume told us, just buy all the gems basically. Don't freaking worry about it. Gems, gems, gems. I'm gonna do it. Okay. Oh my God. We could dig up more coins as well. There's so much digging to be done still. And, okay. There was one in the wine cellar, correct? So we're going in the wine cellar no matter what. Was it just the one? Nothing of interest in this case, but we do also need to go back to the root cellar. We are starting to dwindle the steps already, even picking up that turnip. So now I'm getting just a little bit nervous because we're going to be 17 steps. There were how many dig sites in the root cellar? 3, right? There were 3 dig sites in the root cellar, and we would be coming back to the entrance hall with 11 steps. And we would end up back at security with 7 steps if we completely go bust. But the root cellar is the root cellar. It has all sorts of fucking roots to eat, doesn't it? Isn't it gonna have like an increased chance for all of these to contain a whole bunch of steps? And even if we only get 1, even if somehow we get unlucky and there's only like 1 turnip out there, we still gain 1 step. We have to go to the root cellar here, right? I feel like it would be a dereliction of duty for us not to. It's just now, as much potential as this run has, there's still a chance we completely go bust because you could just roll all the bad dice in a row. There were 4 dig sites here. I take it back. Just give me 1 turnip right off the bat. Okay, that's a coin. It's a coin. I want one of these at least. Oh no, that's an old tin can. Oh no. Guys, I'm getting nervous. Oh no. Oh no, you've got to be kidding me. We're down to our last dig site and we haven't gotten anything to eat here in the root cellar? Oh my God. Nothing. Absolute jack shit. I have not yet dug up the dig site that was in the West Wing. There was 1 dig site there. But holy fuck. That's crazy. Okay, I mean, there's only one thing to do. There's no use crying over spilled milk, because, you know, what else are you gonna do with your life? Oh boy, folks. All of a sudden, maybe... Well, okay. 2 coins does buy us a banana from the kitchen if we get it. Oh my God. All of a sudden, we have... Okay, just chill. We have a sleeping mask. We can draft a bedroom. The guest bedroom is still in the pool anyways. There's a bunk room that's still in the pool. There are ways to get steps. Just chill. Chill, homie. Don't think everything is going to nothing before it has. Just take a chill. Everything is fine. You didn't even dig your dig site in the spare room. Dude, just chill. Just chill for a second. Keep calm and draft on. Breathe in, breathe out. We're having so much fun here, guys. Are we not? I do have new life after oh, how lucky is that? How lucky. All of a sudden I'm seeing like, okay, you know, I was in my mind, I'm banking on like, oh, we're going to be so rich on steps and coins and all the stuff we're going to dig up. And yes, we've gotten turnips and keys and coins already, but you can miss. Variable rewards, there is a miss rate on these things. Okay, now we are down to 14 steps. So let's be a little bit conscious if we can. We also have Blessing of the Chef still. Maybe, potentially we could take advantage of that finally. Which direction are we drafting here? Do we want to draft from the West Wing Hall? It costs us a step, but we get to dig. And we also open up, we have the garage as well as the patio that we could draft. Now the patio isn't fantastic because the patio points to the same place as security. So security, it would probably make more sense to draft security first to see what options we have from security and then go from there. I think we go ahead and we draft in the room that we're at because we're drafting to rank 5 no matter what. And it would be nice if we get, well, I don't know if it'd be nice, but I would be okay with getting, well, I would be okay with getting passageway here if I'm being honest. Passageway here is totally fine, but I would be okay-ish with an elbow room that points to the right. I wouldn't feel fantastic because there are still, even with security level low, we're still getting 1 to 2 keycard doors somewhere in this joint. And we don't have no freaking keycard. And I don't have a utility closet yet. We really, really, really don't want to draft a dead end here. We could be okay with drafting a dead end at the West Wing Hall. Let's just go ahead and draft here at security. Let's see what we get. It is a locked door. That is an argument, right? An argument here would be, yes, you have 4 keys, but we always seem to run a little short on keys as well. So there could be an argument here to say, just hold on for a moment, don't do this yet, and go draft the West Wing Hall. Because maybe you get a garage there, and now you're feeling a lot better about keys. I think we should use the key, though. See what we get. I don't know why this is so funny. But man, have we ever seen this offered before? I feel like this is the first time where we've had 3 4-door rooms. Well, okay, I guess we used the silver key ones, and we got, theoretically, what was it, the Hall of Mirrors that was offered? I don't know what the Hall of Mirrors does. It didn't really look like it had 4 doors that led out of it, but it got offered when we had the silver key, so what the hell do I know? I think this is just the first organic, natural time that we have come across a place that has the archives, the passageway, and the weight room. That is so, it's funny for some reason. I mean, is there ever a world where we take the archives here? Am I that much of a dingus? I can't, right? Because we have unlimited gems theoretically. Spend the gems on the passageway and it's fine. It's totally fine. You can get the passageway and then you can go around to the West Wing Hall, do your dig, and draft from there. And then if you get an elbow that connects into the passageway, great, you're good to go. Or if you get the garage, you come back this way. By the way, I have noticed, I don't think I've noted it on camera, but I have noticed that the garage appears to be draftable from both the bottom and the right. So the door on the garage could actually be in 2 different locations. I feel like that's the only room that I can think of that works that way, because the garage has to be on the west wing. But I guess specifically because of that, they allow you to put the door in at least 2 different locations. I haven't yet had the opportunity. I don't think I've had the opportunity to draft from a higher rank to a lower rank while on the west wing. So maybe the garage could have a 3rd location for its door. But regardless, I think the passageway is the correct choice here. I don't really want to, like, the archives, there is, okay, the archives could have a key card. We did see a key card in the archives one time. So that might be one reason if you were really desperate for a key card, but we're not, because we've already lowered the security level. Oh, and of course, I'm such a dingus. I am such a dingus because the passageway, well, I'm not a dingus, okay? Because in this case, at least, because I just remembered we have the foyer. So the foyer guarantees that none of these doors in the passageway are locked. With that said, that could be an argument to say, well, maybe you should save the passageway for a higher rank. If you save the passageway for a time, you know, if you're able to save it for rank 7 or 8, you get even more value from that foyer guarantee. There is that world, but I feel like that might be maybe just a tad greedy, especially when you're no longer going to be able to see all 3 of your potential floor plans. I don't think I like that limitation, even though, nah, we're taking the passageway here. We've got gems, and we've got the foyer. Take the passageway, you dingus. Okay, all right, I don't see a dig site there. We'll go around to the west wing side, and we will dig. An old rusty nail, not worth picking up. Dang it. I don't think there were any other dig sites back. I don't remember seeing one in the laboratory. So, and there was not one in the foyer. So, we draft in, excuse me, we draft to the north. And we do get a dining room or a kitchen. Dining room versus kitchen. Probably the dining room. Because the dining room, well, the kitchen would be nice because it does get us more steps. And we do have 2 coins to spend, which we could do. And maybe that's the optimal here. Because at 13 steps, it's not like we're exactly, you know, we do need steps. And if you draft the kitchen, not only do you get to buy food, but you also get to buy, I really should have saved some of my coins from, I got too greedy with the commissary. I was just like, we can't bank on getting a kitchen, and I really need to make sure I get gems. And maybe that'll look like a good idea here soon enough when we've gone through our 7 gems by buying more 2-gem rooms and 3-gem rooms. But it might have been a good idea to save at least 8 coins so you could buy one of those higher step options. It's probably not a bad idea to put the kitchen here at rank 5 as well so we can come back to it. And the kitchen would tell us what the main course is. It would give us potentially some direction in drafting around our main course that we would get in the dining room. That being said, if our plans all really come together the way we want, then we're going to hopefully get we're just going to get a blessing of the chef, and we don't really have to worry too much about getting too lucky on that front. The dining room, though, immediately gives you another chance to draft the garage while we're here on the west wing still. Not to mention it could, you know, we could still get the hallway, like the hallway here at the going into rank 6 next to the dining room would be fantastic because we have the foyer and it's on the west wing, so we know the hallway is going to be pointed the way that we want it, except it's not fantastic because the passageway already points into rank 6. So the hallway would not be a great rule there, in fact. I sort of had already ruled out the closet, but maybe it's worth considering because there's a high likelihood to get a die. That's the one currency that we don't have at the moment. I'd rather not put the closet here. If I was going to pick a dead end, I'd want it to be the garage. But at the same time, the kitchen is like sort of a dead end because we already have a connection from the passageway into this room. And I don't know. I'm probably overthinking it. That's probably what's going on here. If I did draft the dining room and then I were to draft into rank 6 from the dining room, what would be offered to me? It would be a strong, well, I don't know that I have that many elbows left at this point, not at common. And I've also drafted the observatory, the commissary. The patio would be an option there. So the patio could be offered from the dining room. And the patio wouldn't be great in this situation. I'm going to go ahead and take the kitchen. Yes, we don't get the extra drafting point from the dining room into rank 6, but we have one in the passageway that's right next door. And I feel like if we drafted from the dining room up into rank 6, there's a good chance that we're just running into we're running into the column to the right, because and that we would already be drafting there from the passageway. We might get a hallway that leads out to the left of rank 6. And the kitchen gets us food. It gets us food now with our 2 coins, and it gets us more food when we get more coins. And we get to peek at the main course. Let's take the kitchen. And who knows, there might be food laying around. Or maybe there's even a dig spot, if we're really lucky. Has there ever been food just laying around in the kitchen? We get a window as well in the kitchen, because we picked it next to the West Wing. Okay, no food laying around, but the main course is actually a new one. Look at this. Stuffed wild quail, local Mount Holly delicacy, served atop a plum agri-doux with roasted potatoes, bacon lardons, and wild chives. I don't know half those words, but I do know that it gives us plus 10 steps if we have a trophy room in our house. Never seen a trophy room either. What have we had here? We've had the trophy room. We have had the furnace for the wood baked pizza or whatever. We've had I guess the boiler room is another synergy with one of the main courses. And then there was another one that I don't remember at the moment. But we also have this thing here that we've never been able to draft, the morning room, which gets added to our pool if we get bacon and eggs at some point. So far, I think we've only bought bacon and eggs after the run has already concluded. So I think I will, though, go ahead and buy the banana now, because we could need those extra steps as we branch out into the rest of the estate. We might just need those extra steps to get back here to the kitchen once we've managed to get some coins. So right now, our most precious resource is steps. So let's take advantage of that salt shaker. Salt up on a banana sounds absolutely atrocious, but it's what we're doing. It's the life we live. Oh, shit. Fuck. I'm seeing a keycard door out of the passageway. God damn it. God damn it. That would have been good information to have, wouldn't it? Fuck. There's actually a keycard door out of the passageway. I don't think... Shit. I don't think this passageway door to the left, though, is a keycard. But goddamn. And I can't access this yet, right? Wait a second. I can access this? How was I able to access this? I did something in the security room, right? I have, I guess, been overthinking this. Or not overthinking, but just misunderstanding. I thought that based on the security terminal, setting the... I'm going to have to go back. We're going to have to go back to the security terminal now, because I need to find out. I need to find out what exactly I was missing. What the heck was I missing? Because, holy shit. Wow, this is a really good roll, by the way. Conference room and office. But I'm still so thrown aback by the revelation that apparently I have access to keycard doors. We're going to reread the security terminal here maybe in a moment, although that would be slightly steps inefficient, so maybe not. But I've done something. I didn't need to get both the security room and the utility closet. That's the important thing. I thought I had to do both, because the security terminal, I thought, says that once you set the unlocked status, it only applies to those doors. Those doors are only unlocked in the event of losing power, which is what the utility closet's for. I thought you needed to get both of them. Apparently you only need the security room. What the fuck? I'm so confused. Did I pick up a key card and I didn't notice? What's going on here, man? Or is it because we accessed the security terminal through the password, the swan song? Okay, all right, we need to consider our choices here. I don't think it's the archives. Actually, we might want to go back to security because if I have access to key cards, then I actually want as many of them as possible. So we'll think through our choices here in a moment. We have one choice, though, to make at this particular moment. Archives versus conference room versus office. The unusual rarity here... Actually, there's 3 unusual rarities. These are all unusual, are they not? Archives, conference room. Office is standard. So that might settle the question for me. Oh, it tells me with the dots. The dots are on your screen. I'm looking at my notes over here. The dots are on your screen. Unusual, unusual. I'll learn this game eventually, guys. Eventually, I will actually be good at this game. I think we go with this is a pretty easy conference room. This is the room we want. We want Blessing of the Chef. We want to spread coins. Obviously, we need the office to spread coins, but the more rare room here is the conference room. And this gives us more opportunities to draft because it drafts to both rank 5 and rank 4. We take the conference room. This is like really, really straightforward, actually. Let's take the conference room. My question, the conference room has fruit as well. That's another reason to take the conference room. Why is this key card active, though? I think I'm going to spend... Well, this is why I have notes. I'm not going to spend my steps just yet. I'm going to check my notes before I spend steps to go reread the security terminal. Oh, I just realized. This is the foyer. The foyer's doing this. It's not because I misread the terminal. I think I actually understand the security terminal correctly, but the foyer is guaranteeing us. I see. So you can still get keycard doors in the passageway, but the foyer guarantees that you get to access them. That's super cool. Okay, so we want to change nothing on the security terminal. We want to leave it just the way it is. And thank our lucky stars that the security setting of low caused one of the keycard doors to happen at the passageway. That's amazing. I think we also want to draft the passageway northward from here and see what our options are. It does unlock rank 6 potentially, but I think that's okay. We would add, I maybe want to do that because we've seen the pool at rank 6. The pool is kind of just a good roll. It would get us more coins, which we would love to have, assuming we can drain the pool, which maybe we will, maybe we won't. We might add things like the maid's chamber. I don't think whatever potential things could be added to the pool and diluting our pool is an important enough consideration. And it's probably, the odds are that it's not even something I should be thinking about. And it's like, use your steps efficiently and draft here while you have the door to open. Especially because it's an unlocked door that gets you the secret passage. What the fuck? Is this not the easiest secret passage of our lives? Because we take a secret passage and we take a hallway, right? We can pick hallway as one of the things. I can see it on the icon here. Orange, green, purple, red, yellow. We pick orange and we get offered... The only thing that I don't remember is whether... Does this count? Can we draft... Does the secret passage give us duplicates? Does it give us another passageway? That would be not bad, actually. Another passageway wouldn't be so bad here. So maybe that's fine. I certainly hope it would not give us a duplicate foyer. There's really no benefit to having another foyer. I feel like this is a very easy secret passage, and we try to get the Great Hall. This is what we're going for, right? This is the whole reason we're doing this run now, is we've gotten this foyer, and we want to see if we can get the fucking Great Hall. I don't even know why I'm spending time debating this. Like, this is, I think, very clearly a secret passage. Has to be. The only potential point of consideration here is whether you draft it next. Now you do have to make a decision because these two paths could take you in very different directions. But of course, if there's 7 unlocked doors in the fucking Great Hall, then you would want to open every single one of those and get who knows what is stashed behind them. Coins, keys, anything. We've got to see this now. We've got 15 steps. We're still fine. This is very clearly, oh my God. Oh my God. The Halls of Holly. Are there dig sites in here? Are there any dig sites in them? I'm getting too fucking excited, guys. Orange is hallways, correct? Yellow is shops. Let me just not make a dingus mistake here. Please don't, in your excitement and your exhilaration, dig sites back here, don't make a dingus mistake. And it's not going to be locked, right? Because it's a fucking hallway. Damn it! All right. We take a hallway. And that gets us quite a few draft options. And it gets us a key. And it guarantees that there's no more, that there's no locks in any of those doors there. So there you go. The aquarium does have at least one dig site, I think. But I don't, it's also a bedroom. So there's a couple bits of synergy that we do have with aquarium that could be worth considering. The aquarium would get us 5 extra steps. So this actually is a bit of a choice. On a day like today, though, when you have a root cellar, well, the aquarium could have a lot more dig sites than usual. I was going to say the hallway could have its own dig site because the West Wing Hall did. I'm still coming down a little bit of disappointment of not getting the Great Hall offered. It's a little sad, guys. We didn't get the Wombo combo. But I don't, it's not enough for me to want to uninstall the game. So we still have a chance, potentially, if we get like the library, or we might get a silver key somewhere. It could still happen. The dream's still alive. What I need to think about, though, is what is my best, how do I guarantee myself as many steps as possible? That's what I need to be thinking about here. The main course, we need a trophy room. I have no idea how we get a trophy room, so I don't think I'm considering trying to activate the main course. What I would be thinking about is maybe taking the hallway and then drafting a dining room next to it. And then drafting into rank 8. Like, now that we're here, that could be a totally legit way to go. The conference room is still there. This is the great thing about the way we've drafted this. We kind of got lucky, obviously. Got to get lucky. But the kitchen right next to the conference room means that as soon as we find the office, we just need to make sure we can get back to both the conference room and the kitchen, and then we are in business, steps-wise. But if we draft the aquarium, we immediately do get steps back. And we guarantee that we have 2 doors. This would happen, I guess, with the hallway as well. Both of the doors coming out of these are unlocked because of the foyer. Holy shit, this thing is amazing. Because the aquarium counts as a hallway. We have to spend a gem. But theoretically, we've got lots and lots of gems. We have 5 gems right now. We don't have lots and lots and lots of gems. The aquarium is more rare. It is an unusual rarity, I think. So we're much less likely to see this offered again. And because it's a green room, there could be so many dig sites in this place today. Because of the root cellar. I feel like we've got enough synergy going on where it's worth spending a gem here. And we still do have 4 gems left over. And this kind of points us, I don't know if it matters which way the doors are pointing, the fact that we're staying on rank 7, that probably is beside the point. It might be better to have the option to go to rank 8 if we need it with the hallway. This is such a close decision. I've been mulling this decision over for a fair bit here, but I think I am going to settle on the aquarium, mainly due to rarity. We're very unlikely to see the aquarium, much less likely to see the aquarium again compared to the hallway. So, and I want to see, especially on a day like today where we've got the root cellar, I want to see if that is the green room status of the aquarium does get affected by that, because we haven't drafted any other green rooms so far. So I don't know if the courtyard or these other green rooms have more than the normal amount of dig sites. And we have the synergy with the bedroom. We have the synergy with the hallways. Let's go with the aquarium. It does spend a gem, but I think we're going to probably recoup those losses. And I think we're going to draft. We're just going to keep drafting. And then we will see. Aha. I think I get it. The root cellar dig sites, because this was not here before. This dig site was not. This one was. But I think, oh shit, and there's a compass here too. Whoa, what the fuck? Now, do I want to pick up that compass? I'm not sure. I don't know yet. I might wait to pick up that compass. Why don't we dig first and see what we get? An old shoe, unfortunately, there. But I think the root cellar sites that get added have roots coming out of them. Go figure. Unfortunately, we got nothing. God damn it. 2 dig sites struck out. Okay, so it does feel... Okay, as we've progressed here, the root cellar has been fun, but it also hasn't been quite as profitable as I was hoping. There's been a lot of dig sites that have been nada. So not only do you need the stars to align to get the root cellar and the shovel, but you also need to not get super unlucky with your digs. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the root cellar, but it's fine. We're going to keep on. It's nice to know that the green rooms do have additional dig sites. So we'll be looking to draft those, and maybe we'll even draft one as we go to the left, which we may do in a moment. One thing that I haven't had the opportunity to mention, because we haven't made it back to the aquarium until just right now, but something I've noticed during my editing is the fact that there are rooms in the house that are being portrayed here in the aquarium. I think this is the patio with the grill. You've got here, I think this is one of the hallways, either the hallway or maybe, you know, one of the wings with the side couches. You've got what I presume to be the laundry room, which we've never drafted yet. Theoretically, something to do with our coins at the end of the day is what I'm guessing with the laundry room. This, I think, is the archives, and we did see when we drained the aquarium, there was an arrow, which is not visible right now. There was an arrow that was pointing at one of these cabinets. This middle cabinet, wasn't it? Let me check my screenshot. It was pointing at the middle cabinet, I guess. If we're thinking, if it's literally pointing at one of the drawers, it would be pointing at the bottom one. So it's possible that we might want to go back to the archives to see if one of these cabinet drawers could be opened that I hadn't noticed previously. That might be a clue that that arrow is pointing us to. We also, there was an X that was in front of this grill. X marks the spot. So I don't know what, it makes me want to draft the patio and explore there again. So there are some clues here in the aquarium that we've picked up previously that I hadn't quite, well, still haven't fully put together, but I hadn't even noticed at that point, hadn't even made sense of the fact that these are actually portraying floor plans. These tanks, these fish tanks. So, okay, cool. Now, a couple decisions to be made here. One of them is, do we even pick up the compass? The compass, let me remind myself here what the wording actually says on the compass. It does say, draw floor plans leading north more frequently. Do we want that just yet? If we get floor plans leading north, I mean, that gets us to the antechamber, but still, so far, we have not opened one of the antechamber doors on this day. The only time we've ever done it was because we got a great haul, which we didn't get through the secret passage, unfortunately, even though we've got a foyer. But it kind of like almost feels, the compass feels like one of these that is not a straight up benefit. If you pick this up, there's no way to put it down, right? And now are you going to be forced, not forced, but you're going to be steered in the direction of going north where it's more likely that doors are going to be locked. So is that even a good thing for us? I don't think I want to pick that up just yet. If we do pick it up, I want it to be before we start drafting to the right, either through the aquarium or going back down to the conference room. Because it could be that we just need to experiment with the compass once again. We only had the one run, and I don't remember feeling like I was getting this overwhelming push in the direction of north, but was just the one run. I don't really remember. And who knows, maybe the good thing about drafting the compass would be that not only does it get you to the antechamber quicker, but it could get you to those higher ranks more quickly, which may unlock more rare doors, or rooms, I should say. I'm doing a lot of guessing, basically. I don't fucking know. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to draft to the left first, if it'll let me. It could be locked. No, it's not locked, though, because it's a hallway, and we have the foyer. So we're going to be drafting to the left here if I click this door, and I think I will, because I kind of want, like, well, the patio would be a pretty good offering, wouldn't it? The patio would be pretty sweet, because it would actually angle itself down to the left. We would get to draft this door on rank 5. Sorry, rank 6. We're on rank 7 already. Holy shit. We're going to draft this door first, and we're going to see what happens. We do get the courtyard offered, as well as the drawing room, and the utility closet. The utility closet would be the second piece to make sure that we don't have any key cards blocking our way. However, we've seen one key card door on the passageway already, and supposedly the security room says there's only 1 to 2 key cards that are going to be spawned as a result of having the security level at low. So the utility closet, I don't think it's as much of a priority. We don't have the dark room drafted, we don't have the gym drafted, and we don't have the garage yet. But that's not, we don't care as much about the garage plus utility closet anymore, I don't think. That would have been one consideration for the root cellar, rather than using our steps to go back through the entrance hall. There's a world where you would be here on the west wing, and you would get the utility closet plus the garage, and you would get your way out into the root cellar that way and save yourself some steps. But that's banking on a 2-room combo that may not happen. So it's probably correct that we went out through the entrance hall. I think the right choice here is the courtyard. It just gets us so many dig sites, right? The drawing room is cool, but re-rolling is all you're getting here. You have to pay a gem just to re-roll, which in this case is not as valuable to us because we still have so many options available. The drawing room is so much more valuable if it's like your last room that you're drafting out of. And right now, that's just not the case. So here we take the courtyard and we get all the additional dig sites, however many there are in the courtyard, as well as we still get the option to draft both rank 6 and rank 8. By the way, another option to not get the compass and get pointed to rank 8 yet is that we haven't gotten the dining room. We don't want to do that. I think if we do that, if we get to rank 8 and then draft the dining room, we've missed out on our main course, have we not? So we take the courtyard and we go inside. And we see what's up. Oh my god. There's already 3 dig sites. I do see a security door. Okay, so there is... So 1... Oh, there's not 1 over here, huh? 2, 3, 4. None of them do have the root cellar or the roots coming out of them like they did in the aquarium, so maybe that's not every single case. Look at this, though. There's a sledgehammer. No trunk, but the sledgehammer's an okay pickup. Hopefully we can get some trunks to open up. But we can at least do some digging. 4 dig spots. They're probably all going to be empty. Old tin can to start us off. Not a very promising start. Oh, we got a coin. Oh my god. 1 single coin. I feel like that should be like 2 or 3 coins. 1 single dirty coin doesn't quite... Okay, all right. I guess we're getting somewhere. We got a second coin. All right, all right. Did we get really lucky with... Are the turnips really just the luckiest proc here? There's another one. Okay, we got our 3rd turnip. That's really what I was hoping to get at least 1 turnip out of these, because we just... Oh, okay. Back up to 24 steps. Feeling a little bit better about ourselves. I wasn't planning on drafting into rank 8, and that's a good thing, because that's a security door that we're not getting through, so we don't even have the choice. So now we can check and see if this is locked. It is. Okay. Do I draft it now? Probably correct to draft it now to try to get a dead end. It would be interesting to see if the garage does get offered here. I don't think we would be able to get the patio now because of the way that it angles. I don't think it would offer it here, but I don't know about the garage, because maybe the garage has a third option for its door to come in from the north. Garage isn't unusual, so it's pretty unlikely to be offered at all. We would be much more interested in a utility closet. Utility closet would be a good thing here. Regular closet would be good. We already drafted the wine cellar and the walk-in closet. Guest bedroom would be fantastic. There's a lot of dead ends, I think, still in the pool. That would be great to draft here. Yeah, let's go ahead and draft while we're here. 3 keys. We should be okay if we use one of them here. I'd like to think. I'd like to live in that world where that's the case. There is a closet. Oh my god, there's also a veranda. Greater chance of finding green rooms. We've only seen this offered a couple times. Greater chance of finding green rooms. The only question mark now is, are we going to have enough gems? This is always going to be the forever question, isn't it, guys? You're never going to be able to get enough gems. God damn it. Is this enough? Okay, it's a new room. So we could theoretically be getting some new intelligence. Some new intel on what's going on at the estate. We could also be getting a bunch of additional dig sites on a day where we've got the root cellar. It's between the closet and the veranda, obviously. There's no reason to pick the chapel here. I feel like the solid pick is just the closet. We could get back our key. We could get another gem. We could get a die, which would be very, very nice to have. The veranda is probably an unusual and maybe a rare. So this is probably our only chance to see it this run. But I don't think it's a good enough reason. Like, I can't draft the patio at the moment. If I were to go through the courtyard to rank 8 and be aiming for the patio, I can't do that because I don't have a key card. So I would have to go around the aquarium through rank 8 to draft the patio there to do our spread gems into the green rooms effect. And those would still go back to the conference room. And we would have used our opportunity to get an extra main course because we already went to rank 8. Like, I don't think it's the veranda here. It's just the closet. We put a dead end in the dead end spot. We don't spend any of our gems. Hopefully we get a gem in return. And maybe a key and maybe a die. Like, the closet is just going to be good. Just take it. I want to see the veranda at some point, but I don't think it's the right pick here. Closet it is. Be smart. Okay, we do get a die and we do get a gem. That seems to be the most common reward. So good. Happy I saved. You really better be sure. There's so many enticing rooms and you want to do the new things. You want to have fun. But in order to have fun, you have to have gems. And you don't want to just waste them. You have to be very, very sure that they are what you want. I think what I want here, though, is I want to take the compass. How do I want to do this? My thought was that I was going to take the compass and go back to the conference room. But I could also take the compass and draft this door to the right and see what happens. Because right now we don't have a way into rank 8 just yet. And if we draft the compass here and we draft the room to the right, there's a good chance that's going to be a room that goes into rank 8. Not that we necessarily want to go to rank 8 right this second, but we could, depending on what we get. Like if we got an office that points into rank 8, that would be pretty phenomenal, because that gets us a whole bunch of coins and we get to buy a whole bunch of stuff at the kitchen. And we're not yet in rank 8, which means we haven't procced our dining room. But we have a reliable way to proc the dining room when we need it. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the compass. I don't yet know if this is a net benefit, but we have to experiment. I mean, it's a benefit at some point. It's just a matter of when. Well, you know, maybe it is just a benefit at any time, and the game developers have they're looking out for you in a way that you don't have to stress about it. Just pick up the item, enjoy the game, and don't overthink it. Keep calm and draft on. Okay. Now, with that said, we didn't get any of the shit I wanted. What the fuck? We didn't get any of that shit. This is our chance to draft the locksmith. We've never drafted the locksmith. But we do have a reroll die as well. This is an interesting choice. The guest bedroom. Fine-ish pick. There's a good chance that there's going to be a gem or some other item in the guest bedroom. The locksmith presumably would sell stuff for coins, but we really don't have coins. I was thinking this root cellar might get us a lot more coins and a whole bunch of other shit that we don't really have just yet. I'm not getting the drafting studio this time. So far, we haven't even seen any of the floor plans that we've added to the pool. And we're not going to spend 2 gems here just to get a door into rank 7. So it's either one of the dead ends or we use our die. We probably need to take one of the dead ends. I have both a kitchen and a commissary as ways to spend my coins. Because I can buy more gems in the commissary and I can buy more steps from the kitchen. So I don't... The only problem is if I run out of keys, I could potentially, you know, I could have as many coins as I want to spend on anything, but I'm not going to have more doors to draft. It would be so much better to have a hallway here, would it not? A hallway showing up in this set of results would just be infinitely preferable because a hallway gets us a key and it gets us 2 unlocked doors. This maybe is just a redraw because this is really shitty. We still have the chapel, we still have the hallway, and we still have the drawing room in our common 3-way pool. And not to mention, we have the 3 ways like the gymnasium wouldn't be fantastic, but it's there. We have the dining room. The dark room wouldn't be fantastic, but it's there. And there's also the pool. We have all of these 3-way options in our pool at either common or uncommon. This feels like this was a really crappy roll, and this is where you have the die as an option to undo that crappy roll. These options, the upside from getting the extra steps in the bedroom, the 15 extra steps from the guest bedroom, I feel like we're just going to piddle away by not being able to draft through the rest of the house. But I could be wrong about that, because to get us back to the conference room is really not that far. Now that I think about it, we would only be taking a few extra steps. We'd get so many back from the guest bedroom, and then we'd go to the conference room, and we would still have 2 columns worth to work our way through and get something that leads us up into rank 8. And maybe that's the smart play here. Don't spend anything. Don't spend any of your limited resources. Just take the guest bedroom. Maybe you get a gem as well, and you get a bunch of steps. And now you've got steps to go back to the kitchen or even the commissary when you need to buy stuff, when you do get lucky and finally do draft that office. The only thing I don't know 100% sure, because I didn't check, is I don't know that the conference room doors are both security doors, or that they're both not security keycard doors. I have not confirmed that. So this is another spot, like maybe in day 7, where I try to be so steps efficient, it might be worth the extra 2 steps that you get going into the conference room just to get full information about what your options are. I think that's what I'm learning. Don't be so miserly on your steps. At the same time, the info from the security terminal suggests that if security is set to low, you should only see between 1 to 2 keycard spots. And one of them's been in the passageway and the other has been in the courtyard, right? That should be it. So because of that, I am going to save my die. I'm going to hold on to the die, which is my normal instinct, is just hold off on using that until you are absolutely out of options and you have no other things. I don't know for sure if this is a crappy enough roll where this is where you're supposed to use the redraw. Like, the guest bedroom has some upside to it. It takes a dead end out of the pool, but it also does put a dead end in a pretty inconvenient spot. I don't love it. Especially because I know it's going to be kind of difficult for us to navigate if we're trying to get to rank 8 still. The other thing is, though, we do have the security room. So as soon as we get the utility closet somewhere, we've unlocked the door through the courtyard. So we have this option, assuming we can get the utility closet. That's another reason for us to say, okay, even if we run out of doors somehow down here, if we can get lucky and get the utility closet, we're back in business. Let's take the guest bedroom. Let's hold on to our die. This feels bad. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to afford the locksmith, even if I can eventually get enough coins. I have other places to spend those coins. I'm going to take the guest bedroom. The guest bedroom. I hate it because it, it closes off my options potentially. But it also leaves my options open in another regard. No extra item today, unfortunately, but we do get the extra steps from the sleep mask. And okay, so now that that decision is out of the way, I stress so much about these decisions because I want to do things correctly, quote unquote, but there's still so much information that I have yet to, there's so much learning yet that I haven't done. Dude, you've got to be kidding me. Look at this. There actually is a keycard door here in the conference room. So this, and there's also no fruit either. Look at that. Wow, so the conference room got a little bit unlucky for us today. We should recheck the security terminal settings at some point, but maybe because, it could be because we bypassed, the fact that we bypassed this security keycard here in the passageway, it didn't remove it from the pool. It still said, okay, I'm just not going to put the keycard there, but I'll still put it somewhere else. And sure enough, it's in the next goddamn room. And I would have, if I'd have known that, at least it's pointing down to a much more restricted room or floor plan space. So now that we're drafting out, wait, I can arrow around this? Wait, what does that do for me? I didn't even know I could like press the arrow key to get my mouse. Is this if you're playing on, could you play this on just mouse? Sorry, on just keyboard? I don't see how you could do that. I don't know why there's an option here to, is this like, can you, I want to experiment with this for a second. Can I hit enter here or do something? Why is the pointy hand is throwing me off? Like, why are they giving us a pointy hand? Because as soon as I actually put the pointy hand over a room that we've drafted, it takes me to that room in the room directory. So I don't know what's up with that. Okay, I feel like I've discovered a feature there that may have some usage to it, but I don't want to investigate it at this point. What I want to do, we're down to one room left. Once again, why do I keep doing this to myself? It's because I didn't gather the intel. If I'd have stepped in this, if I'd have stepped in the goddamn conference room and seen that there was a security door, I would have known that this guest bedroom here may be the spot that you want to re-roll. Fuck me. Okay. Gonna be a double whammy here if they make us spend a key on this door. Yep, of course they are. Gotta do it. Wow. Whoa. Oh my god. 2 rooms that we've never seen before. The casino and the showroom are both here. Okay. I really do want to play the casino. And I've got gems to spend. But also, what is the showroom? It says luxury items for sale. Luxury items. Which I have no coins for. I need an office, goddammit. Where's my office? Where's my fucking office? My only misgiving now about drafting this casino and not re-rolling for a 3-way, because I feel like it's the chance of us getting offered at least one 3-way is still pretty high. Although we've gone 2 drafts, two draws at least. The last 2 draws haven't had a single 3-way in them. Where were those, going back to those draws earlier where we had like passageway, archives, gym. I would probably take a gym here. Is this worth a redraw? Because the casino is an unknown, and we should probably just take it. Because I've got in my mind that because it has the shop coloring. This is the thing about the casino, is I have in my mind, you have to spend money at a casino, don't you, in order to play the games? Don't you have to be able to put down coins to either play the slot machines or to play roulette or to play blackjack, whatever the games are in here? So even after we spend 2 gems, aren't we going to need coins as well? That's what I'm afraid of, right? I'm afraid of these games in the casino are gonna be expensive. And I don't want to be spending my coins. As much as I want to gamba, I have bigger and better things to do this game, or at least other stuff I want to accomplish first. If I want to be rolling in the dough, we've got to get an office. And if I spend 2 gems here, I'm really limiting my options. And not only that, but the casino only has the 1 door going out of it. Now I could take the boudoir, and I would still only have the 1 door going out of it, but I would still have 2 gems. I don't think it's the showroom here because I just don't think I can afford this. This is luxury items. I don't think that's the room for me. It would get us over to the East Wing where we could theoretically have like the East Wing Hall. It would be a perfect place for a hallway to take us to rank 4 and to rank 6. And both of those doors would be unlocked. We would get another key. But I would love just to have a hallway right here and now. That's what I really want. I want the hallway now, dang it. Which is making me want to redraw. Because the other thing I'm afraid of is if I pick one of these elbows, and then the next door happens to be a security door. I know I've set the security level to low, but now I'm not sure exactly how this thing works. Will it still give me another security door? Could it be there? Could that be... Is there a chance of it? There feels like there's a chance. At the same time... The casino, even though it says games of chance, the description has told us that there is an element of skill, much more of an element of skill than normal. So it could be that we might be able to really profit in terms of coins. The casino could be one of the sources of coins and not just a drain. And maybe we should follow the advice of when in doubt, pick the new room. I think let's go ahead and do that. Let's have some fun. I'm stressing so much. I want to make this run work. And it's turning into maybe a little bit more stress than it should be because we've had so much fun stuff happen and we've gotten to dig a lot. That is one thing we've gotten to do. We've gotten to dig a lot. We got a lot of root usage out of our root cellar. We just haven't yet gotten like full, I shouldn't say that. We've gotten a lot of value out of the foyer. We've gotten the passageway. We've gotten the secret passage. We've gotten the aquarium. We've gotten a lot of usage out of it. The West Wing Hall as well. So even if somehow we got unlucky with this casino and we don't either get any sort of profit out of it, or if really, really shitty luck hits us and that door out of the casino is a key card door for some reason, we don't even get to use our last die. If that happened, we've still gotten into the casino and we've at least looked around and seen the lay of the land. So the next time that it shows up, we have gathered information. And who knows? We might get really lucky with our 2 coins. Could we turn our 2 coins into 20 or more? Time to gamba. Let's check it out. The casino. This could be the worst mistake of my life. This could be terrible. I don't know. This could be horrible. Oh, these tables aren't even... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. There are 16... Wait a second. I think there are 17 coins. Am I counting right? Do I know numbers? Am I going to end up with 19? Or am I complete? There were only 3 piles there. So there were 15 coins. Excuse me. Yes, I don't know how to count. Okay. Well. That's 17 coins that are in our pocket. Now, so you have to buy in for 2 gems, but the house gives you do get some currency to play the games. Let's take a look here and see. I'm guessing that we will get it looks like we can play some slot machines. I'm surprised, honestly, that there's no music in the casino. That you would think that they would have some sort of like joyful, happy music to get you in the mood to spend or throw away your coins. One of these apparently is out of order. Broken handle. Why does it still let us sit down here? It doesn't pull out the magnifying glass, so that was the thing I was checking for, to see if there was something on this note to be looked at more closely. But apparently, are each of these machines the same? That's what it looks like. I think they're all the same. If we do sit down, this one might be broken as well because there's no 0 on its readout. I don't really want to play a slot machine. I'm assuming that I can... Aha, it does give you some explanation here. All right. So, up to 3 bonus spins. Up to 3 bonus spins. What is it telling us here? Oh god, we could set our coins to 0? Oh no. There's one really bad outcome here. The other outcomes, though, are... we can get 3 coins... we could get 5 coins. We could get 9 coins, 15 coins. We could get 10 coins for each lucky clover. We could double our coins. But if we get the snake at all, we're setting our coins to 0. Oh, shit. Now, if we have the net... oh, if we roll the net, then we get 3 coins instead for each snake. What the fuck? And then if we roll 4 crowns, we get 100 coins. Okay. Well, that one doesn't seem like there's an element of skill involved. This is just getting lucky, like any slot machine that you would think of. So I'm not sure yet that I want to play that, because until I know more about what are the odds, I feel like the odds are probably stacked in the house's favor. What about the roulette wheel, though? What do we do here? Spin the wheel for your chance to win special prizes. You can wager 5 coins, you can wager 20 coins, or you can wager 100, and you're limited to only 1 wager per day. Okay, well, if we wager 5, the only wager we could do is 5. Or we wait, and we come back later when we maybe have more coins. It's not clear to me yet how wagering more... obviously, I think if we would wager more, then we would probably get a bigger payout if we win, but we would have to land on green. And it looks like, excuse me, the prizes are 2 gems, 2 keys, 20 coins, and then 2 gems, 2 keys, and 10 coins. But maybe those are just there for artistic purposes, and the payouts themselves in reality are a little bit different. I mean, we do want to see how this works. If I do spend my 5 coins now, I'm left with 12 coins, and I do have enough. That does leave me enough to afford stuff at the kitchen or more gems back at the commissary. So it might be worth just taking the 5 coin wager just to see what happens. It's interesting that they could let you wager up to 100. Like, where do you get 100 coins from? Unless you're supposed to get it from playing the slots. Like, this, who knows? It could be that the odds are stacked in your favor, and this snake is just here to, like, scare the shit out of you. Let me just make sure that these machines are all the... I would presume they're all the same. Who knows? Maybe there's one of these that... like, what does... oh, that was a visual glitch. One of these had no zeros, double zeros on it when we walked up to it, but that's just... that was only that way momentarily. They all have regular... so the one with a star is out of order. Broken handle. Broken handle. Oh, shit. That's what it means. That's where you use the broken lever. You use the broken lever here on the slot machine that has the gold star. Because this one, what I'm guessing, this one is the one that always pays out to the gambler, to the player. But you need a broken lever. Shit. Okay. We haven't read about the casino. No, we have read about the casino because this was added to our room directory already. We know that it's unusual rarity, and we finally did get to draft it. How risky? What we would like to do, I think, is when we're about to be out of coins and maybe like we're at the end of the run, we save some coins to give a spin or two, right? Isn't that what we do? We just pull the handle. So I don't know how many coins it costs to even just play the game. It says you get up to 3 bonus spins, though. What does that mean? That means, you could use a bonus spin to get rid of one of them. That's maybe what it means. So even if you do get a snake, the only way that you lose all your money is if you get 4 snakes, because then you would not be able to get rid of all 4 of them. I think that might be what I'm digesting here, which means there's actually a very strong chance that we just want to play the slot machine at least once, because we could theoretically, unless we get so freaking unlucky, we have 1 free spin to make sure we don't lose all our coins, because we can undo. I mean, you could bonus spin yourself into another snake. It's not guaranteed that a bonus spin gets rid of your snake. All right, screw it. Let's do at least 1 spin, because we got to at least see how this works, right? They gave us 15 coins. You got to at least try 1. Ooh, it was only 1 coin. It was only... Interesting. Okay, the bonus spin, I don't know if you can activate it now. Oh, I get it. Okay, so of course, right, if they don't match up, you're not going to get anything back. You just spend your 1 coin. Okay, so it does take a single coin. But it also says that each bonus spin costs a coin. That part I didn't read at first. Okay. We could lose our money very, very quickly playing this. So, let's hold off on doing that. Let's hold off just for a moment, because we might have better things to do. There's part of me that wants to play this game and just do the 5 coin wager, also just to see what happens. And the worst that could happen is we would lose 5 coins. But we might get back some keys in the process. But maybe what we should do first is just draft this door, because this is our last door to draft until we get a utility closet. And we have a key to spend. And we can also just see if it's locked. And we have 2 gems. The only thing we would have to pass up on would be a 3-gem room, which I don't think I'm in the market for right now. Would there be a 3-gem room that I would really want? The cloister? Not really. So I think we have enough gems for whatever I would want to potentially spend in this case. So let's see if we can draft it. Not locked. And there is a hallway. There's also another room that we've never seen before. The ballroom, which is hilarious because it costs 2 gems, but whenever you enter the ballroom, set your gems to 2. Oh my god. Whoa. That's an effect. Holy fucking shit. That is an effect there, and it's a new room, which could potentially have stuff in it. It's whenever you enter this room, you could keep spending gems and coming back to this room to get more. Whoa. Oh my god. I mean, we take that, don't we? That's amazing. And we still have 1 option to draft out of the ballroom. We don't get our key from the hallway, but the hallway would be good here. There's no doubt the hallway would be good because it would guarantee us 0 locked doors, and it would get us another key, and it would give us 2 ways to draft. Like drafting to the left of the hallway and getting the utility closet would be just fantastic. But the ballroom this has got to be a rare. That is such a good effect. Holy shit. We're back up to 30 steps. We're feeling good on steps. That's like almost unlimited gems, potentially. Assuming there's no security key card on the other side of that ballroom. God damn it, that would be the worst luck ever. We got to do this, though. It's a new room. This is what we're doing here. When in doubt, err on the side of new rooms. The hallway is still a common that's in our pool. It's got a chance a much better chance to come back around compared to the ballroom. We're not seeing this again for who knows how long. Take the ballroom. Do it. And not only that, but there's also the fact that we could get more gems from whatever this game does in the casino. Dude, I am so... This run has been so fun. Even if it somehow peters out here, doesn't look like there's a security key card on the other side. That's good. Even if it somehow peters out, though, it has been so much fun to just get these new rooms. The laboratory, how much fun is the laboratory potentially going to be with all these different experiments that you can do? This game is ridiculously... The amount of replayability, this is going to be so much fun. Now, with that said, I think we do go ahead. We're out of gems, so it makes perfect sense while we're right next to the ballroom to go for a dance. And certainly we would get some music here, wouldn't we? There we go. We got some ballroom music. Okay. There's actually not a whole lot going on, but I suppose, you know, I was thinking like there's not a whole lot going on in terms of like things to look at, but it's a ballroom. It's all about the lovely dancing. Oh, you get to the echoing of your steps on the dance floor. It's so nice. Would they actually let us play the piano? Is this... What are the missed codes to launch the rocket ship to the right dimension? Oh, there is sheet music. There is sheet music, just like there was in the workshop. 6 and 7. Okay, I gotta check my notes now for the workshop to remind myself what the sheet music looked like there. The workshop was number 8, so it would be after these two. There could potentially be 8 of these pages all around the estate. But if we start from number 6 here, under these stars, the dance is held. And 2, I think maybe these are not blanks. Maybe this is just like, this is how long you hold the word as part of the song. Under these stars, the dance is held, and to the floor, we are compelled. Yeah, it may not be that there's blanks. It's just music. But still, there's probably some clues here, right? Because there is a bolded word. The word R is bolded. And on page 7, the word true is bolded. So it could be that we're supposed to put the bolded words on each of these song sheets, put that in sequence with each other. So what was the bolded word on page 8? Looks like message was in bold. So R... true message? Don't know. Maybe there's a way to rearrange the words if this is word number 6, and if I should say the word R is word number 6 and true is word number 7, message is word number 8. You might be able to, given the right arrangement, put those words, if somebody told you the right combination of numbers, 8, 5, 6, 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. No. Having the right numbers in the right sequence could give you the order that you're supposed to put the words in. Who knows? For now, we just get to, we'll take some screenshots, of course, and we'll read the words because, you know, maybe there is some beauty still in these to be absorbed. Under these stars, the dance is held, and to the floor we are compelled. The gowns glide on, and music swells, and at the end, the clock strikes 12. What that means, only time can tell. 2 remain for one... Oh, maybe that's the end of stanza 6. And then it goes on to a new one. 2 remain for one last dance, and spin again around clock hands. And as they turn, a second chance to rise above the falling sands. The true time lost in past romance. Okay. Does that continue on to stanza 8? I think I had misread number 8 before. I kind of like read the words weirdly with the way that things were hyphenated. Stones cut by hand and letters wrought do spell our secrets carved from thought. A message read is often lost. I think I said of 10 lost. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. Yeah, my mind was definitely in like, oh, there's blanks to be filled in here. Words that we need to put in their proper place. But as per usual, I was overthinking it. All right, what else to find here? They're not letting us sit down to play, so it doesn't seem like there's any sort of musical no musical code like in Myst. But we do have a picture here. Clara and Simon in Eclipse Ball 1952. So here we have Simon and Lady Epson. The magnifying glass, could this reveal anything not already shown? Any details about the happy couple here other than being able to more easily spot the Clara Epson mole now that we know her true name? It's just the magnifying glass, I think, that it lets you examine things more closely, and this fits the bill of a document to be examined. But I think all that's telling us is, if we hadn't already known, this is Clara and Simon. So there you go. And this is where they danced. Okay, what a great effect, getting 2 gems back. If you're flat out of gems, you get some back. All right, there's only one way to go, right? Through the ballroom. And now we might run into our, this was one reason to draft the hallway, but now we're going to have a, we'll be potentially reliant on our die here. But there's only one way to go. No choice. Love the echo there. And we do get the office, but fuck me. Why do we get the office in a spot? In a spot where we can't get more drafting afterwards. Why you do this to us, game? Why? 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 We get the corridor, and that's probably worth taking. That's good enough, right? The corridor, we know for sure is not locked. Even if we didn't have the foyer, this is like the optimal spot to be using the corridor, going up into rank 8. Now the problem is we're losing out once again on a potential blessing of the chef. Makes me so annoyed that I drafted the shrine. But we could have just as easily had the hallway offered to us where its second door was going into the guest bedroom. So this is what we've done by taking the guest bedroom is we were going to have some potential maneuverability problems here. And now there's a whole bunch of rank 4, 5, and 6 that we're just completely missing out on. I don't think this is the place to use your redraw because you could get, there's a world where you get dead ends plus left-facing elbows all offered, and you just are literally out of options altogether. So the corridor, knowing that it gets us forward to where we don't need a key for that next door, even though it does take us into rank 8, and we miss out on dining room synergy and whatnot. I mean, what are we really aiming for here? Like, there's a world where you could... It's not a very likely world, because going for one single room on a redraw is still pretty low chance of getting, especially an uncommon. I'm thinking of the utility closet. The utility closet is a door or a room that opens up 2 doors. We would get the room from the courtyard and the conference room. So if I had been offered the utility closet here, I probably would have taken it. But I can't spend a redraw to try to go for the utility closet because it's just not going to happen. We should take the corridor here and re-roll, right? We're at a point where now that we do have some coins, and we have a kitchen, and we have a ballroom, and we have a casino, the only thing we need are keys. That's really what it boils down to. Like, I would love to get this office, and it would be cool to get more steps from our blessing of the chef plus spreading coins and spreading them all to the conference room. But whatever we win in the casino, it looks like coins, gems, and keys. We can't carry these over to the next day. So drafting the office here just to like play more stuff, play more games in the casino because we have a whole bunch of coins in the conference. Think about how terrible of a floor plan this would be in real life, by the way. Have your conference room and then your casino directly next to it. Nobody would be getting any work done. The conference room would be about, okay, what game are we going to play next at the casino, guys? You take the corridor here and you take the reroll, right? I mean, I'm not literally taking a reroll, but I'm saying like you're essentially re-rolling at a rank where things are a little more open to you. And you hope to get the hallway pointing in both directions that you can still draft. So let's take the corridor. We should be okay on steps between a kitchen and whatever else happens to us here. We should be good to go on that front. Corridor is the correct choice. Corridor could also have a dig spot. It's possible. You never know when there was a dig spot over in that there West Hall over yonder. We just need keys. That's like, we're going to run out of keys here. That's the problem. No. The most wonderful day of my life. It happened. It happened. Oh my God. Great Hall has happened, folks. Foyer plus Great Hall has happened. And it couldn't come at a better time. Holy shit. Oh, everything has been worth. Every stressed out decision, every bit of overthinking that has taken place during this run, all of it is in the rear view. All is forgiven because we have a Great Hall after drafting a foyer. That's it. That's it, guys. There's nothing else to do. We can all go home. The dream. Are you kidding me? The actual goddamn dream. I didn't even... not only does this like give us, I think, we're going to see what's behind every single door here, of course, and we're going to see what is actually behind these doors. I assume that somehow some of these 7 doors are going to lead out to the left and out to the right and up above. And not only that, we're right next to the fucking antechamber. We are right next to the fucking antechamber. It is happening, folks. Holy shit, I can barely contain myself. You know what I also just realized? As I was sitting here just reveling in this unfathomably awesome moment in this video game. I'm recording, right? I am recording. I always have that worry. Like, have I been recording this whole time? We've been using the compass. And I realize now that our draft, I don't know, maybe we would not have gotten to this point. And maybe this is what the compass does. Could it be that the compass makes it more likely for you to get the Great Hall? Could it be? But I can see the way that this has been steered. I can see the fact that, oh, we got a casino coming out of the conference room, and that casino also had what else? The luxury hall thing, the luxury shop, although I don't think that was pointing to the north. But there was a boudoir that was pointing to the north. And this ballroom points us to the north. And there's a drafting studio that points us to the north. And there was a corridor that pointed us to the north. The compass does do what it says. And in this case, it wasn't necessarily doing what I wanted because, well, I don't know. Maybe what I wanted was wrong. What I was wanting, I have this compulsion. It's like, let's fill out these ranks over here. But you know what? Once you filled out ranks 1 through 3 and that's your base, you might not know, you may no longer have this because we have 0 keys. It may be a terrible idea to try to fill out the rest of the ranks. This is where you hit the gas pedal and you say, we're going for the antechamber, folks, and we hope we get the Great Hall in the process. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Hopefully I don't misclick. I was just making sure I don't misclick there and somehow, some way fuck this up by clicking the billiard room by accident. Okay, let's go through one at a time. Well, I mean, there's going to be some of these that are going to be draftable, aren't they? We may not get, I don't know, this door here on the left, it could be completely random. This antechamber lever might not even be in the Great Hall again for all I know. I don't know how this game works, but I got to think one of these doors is going to have an antechamber lever. And I want to believe that it's this one on the left. But something tells me that's going to be randomized. So if I do take a moment and try to overthink things, which is what I love to do, it could be, if they're fully randomized, and 3 of these doors are going to be our draft options, then we might be jumping into a draft. Maybe that's okay. Maybe it doesn't matter. Just fucking open the doors and draft. Don't fucking overthink it. Oh my God. Holy fucking shit. But if we do get a door, I don't know. Let's just open doors. Fucking open doors. Stop talking. It is random. Oh my God. Ah, I see now. I see. This is how you know. This is going to be our door that we draft to the left. Got it. Got it. I don't immediately get thrown into a draft. We are simply revealing. That's clever. This is how you make it so that you can't tell which door leads where. Except for, I'm guessing, this one. This one has to be, because I can see now how this floor plan is laid out. You've got like these little secret passageways on the side that conceal which of the 3 doors actually leads to a new drafting option. But one of them leads to an antechamber lever, doesn't it? But this one here leads actually northward. And we could have tried drafting it the first time that we took the Great Hall. And maybe we would have gotten out of it. This is so fucking hype. Are you kidding me? I love, this is so clever though, the way that these doors have the false little room to conceal the fact that, you know, you can just take one of them and bend it around the others, and that's how you obscure which room is actually the correct one. Is this our antechamber lever room? There it is. And we do get a key. Nice. We had coins in here before, I believe. So there is the chance to get a key, which is awesome. And oh my goodness. Second time pulling this lever. And it does once again open the door on the right. Oh, it does show that on the icon here. I'd wondered if that was randomized. It could be. We could be getting really lucky here. A 1 out of 3 that we've gotten twice in a row. As pointing to the right-hand side of the antechamber. I don't see why I would ever close that door so that stays open. Holy shit. Holy shit. Now, oh my God. Okay, now I am definitely going to be taking the time to overthink the hell out of this next choice. Because, oh shit. Oh shit, there's an upgrade disc, baby. Oh my God, does it pay to unlock all the doors in here? My goodness. Upgrade disc time, motherfucker. This game's the best. Oh, and there's sketches in here too. Look at that. The red crown, folks. There it is. The red crown and caw. Okay. Which door do we draft? We would love to be able, one way or the other, I think, we're using our die on this north-facing one, right? The one that faces to the north, this is the one where we want to use our die to make sure it reaches the antechamber. Correct? Whether it's an elbow, whether it's a hallway, whatever we need, whether it's like the weight room at this point, whatever we can get that points us to the antechamber, just anything but a dead end, or a right-facing elbow, or a right-facing 3-way. Like, I guess there's a few options here, right? And this is where, I don't know, if I could set down the compass, maybe I would want to, because does it keep going? Like, does it keep pointing rooms northward? I don't think it does. We should now be actually playing by the rules of being next to a wall. We haven't drafted too much here up on rank 9, but I want to say that if we did get a hallway offered to us, that it would actually rotate it so that the wall is lined up with the top of the estate, and you would get a door going to the antechamber and to the right. So while we still have all of our common hallways in the pool, maybe this is our chance to draft in that direction. These are all unlocked doors. Oh my God, dude. This is so fucking crazy. I don't want to screw this up. I don't want to screw this up. This might be our only chance. It's not going to be our only chance, but it feels like such a rare moment. I want to do this right. The hallway, the chapel, and the drawing room are still in the pool at common. The nursery is still in the pool at common. And we still have the utility closet, the lavatory, and the coat check all at common. Sorry, uncommon or standard. The office is still there at standard. Office would be great in this spot. Office that goes into that actually goes into the antechamber would be just fine, totally fine, perfect. And this is where we would want to use our die. Has to be. We're going to draft northward first. We're going to do it. We're going to do it, and I'm not going to overthink it. I just want to see. I want to see what we do with it. Let's get this one out of the way. There's a library. There's also a pool. And the pool's perfect. I don't really want the library here because I can't draft into the antechamber. So I just want the pool. And that door that goes into the antechamber has to be open, doesn't it? They would never like put like a key card or some other bullshit. Like, and I want to spend gems as well. We spend a gem because we get gems back when we go to the ballroom. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Deep breath. I don't have to use my die as well. This is so good. Yes, we take the pool. The door is open. No extra items that I can see, but why would I even care? Why would I even care to go anywhere else? Oh my God. To continue up, you must go down. I know what this means. I know exactly what this means. To continue up, you must go down. The basement key. The antechamber as the basement key. Holy shit. Holy shit. And we know what to do with the basement key. The only question is, can we make it back? Can we make it back? But at this point, holy shit. That feels just... We made it to the antechamber, folks. I'll take a screenshot of this, but I know exactly what this means. This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay. As I didn't really know. I was going to say as expected, but I didn't really know what would happen once we got here. But I think I probably put most of the chance on this door being closed. The Rogue Moon door is not open. And it says on the note, in order to go up, you must go down. Yo. This is an interesting point to be at now. This is a very interesting point because the first time I've ever been in the antechamber, which feels amazing. It feels amazing that we got the foyer and the Great Hall to fucking happen. Let's go. But it's also now making me wonder about the correct endgame strategy. Not that we're necessarily close at all to the endgame. I have no clue. But getting this key, this is not an item that we could carry over to the next day. Unless we have a coat check. And it does make me think about now drafting a coat check. Because it could be the case that we don't want to just, you know, I mean, I don't want to run straight back to the entrance hall from here. We're at 25 steps. We do have, man, we should have a lot of steps with a kitchen and 16 coins and who knows, a casino, and maybe we're going to get an office that spreads coins to the conference rooms. Steps should not be an issue, all if we're not supremely unlucky. That being said, it may not be the best idea to just use that key now, because who knows what is on the other side of that door. Who knows what else needs to be done on the other side of that door. There may still be 5 other things that need to be done in sequence in order to actually reach room 46. It's probably not the case that room 46 is on the other side of that basement door, but it also could be. And so that's why we will almost certainly use this key today. We just need to be careful not to fuck up our steps somehow and not have enough left to make it back outside. That shouldn't happen. If we did, for whatever reason, if we were at the point right now where we had to go back outside, it would take us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 steps to get to the entrance hall. And then it would be another 2 steps to get down into the basement, right? The grounds and then the well are each separate rooms. So 14 steps, we're still well within our bounds on that. So the only thing to do from here, I think, is to just keep drafting. Because now there's, I mean, good Lord, the world, we need keys still. We still need keys, but the locker room is in the pool now. Oh, the locker room is around here somewhere to be discovered. Oh my God. Okay. Let's see if this door by the pool is locked. It is. Okay. So we go back to the rooms in the Great Hall because those are open to us. Those are unlocked. Holy shit. Now, would I ever want to draft? The locker room's not very likely. The locker room is not very likely. Which way do I want to draft here? Which is the better direction to go? To the left or the right in the Great Hall? I don't really want dead ends in either of those places. I would love not to get cut off from the rest of the house. But one end that I might consider would be the utility closet. So kind of, we actually, it would be best for us to get like the office at the Great Hall. It would be great if we got like the office facing downward or any elbow facing downward. That would be a good option. But I guess that would mean, you know, if we got a hallway that was going down as well, that would be good. Hallway would be good for us because that means no locked doors. Would the game do that? It's interesting that they've already given us a locked door above the pool. Does the game logic work to where it would never offer you the hallway specifically in this part of rank 8? Because that would mean that that you've unlocked this door now that goes into rank 9. The game has already maybe decided, nope, this one back here is locked. You don't get to unlock it because you drafted a hallway here. The East Wing Hall as well exists. If we got lucky getting that, that would also give us an unlocked door. But would it offer us the East Wing Hall by the same logic? The Rumpus Room is around at Uncommon now, I think. The Rumpus Room is available. Ah, I did forget one consideration here. The fact that I only have 1 gem, I almost made a misplay. Because we should go back to the ballroom, right? It's going to cost us some extra steps. But the correct move here, I think, is to go to the ballroom. And up our gems to 2. Ah, I did not... Okay, I need to... There's one potential downside to the ballroom. The ballroom is not a strict benefit. For some reason, I thought... In my mind, I was thinking it would set your gems to a minimum of 2. That's not what it's saying, is it? If you have 10 gems and you step foot in the ballroom, you now have 2. Because it's a ballroom. It takes 2 to tango. Okay. In our case, the ballroom is pretty much only upside. But we have to go back to the ballroom to get that upside. And now we're starting to flirt with potentially screwing up our steps situation. But we have a kitchen, right? We have a kitchen at rank 5. As long as we can get back to the kitchen with coins, we should be good. But if I don't go back to the ballroom first to set my gems to 2, then I don't get to draft the office wherever I decide to put it. Or whatever other room gets offered for 2 gems. It's just the office is the most likely because it happens to be at standard rarity. And it is a strong enough effect. It is a strong enough effect where, you know, we would proc the blessing of the chef, although we don't have a dining room yet. But we would spread coins to the conference room. And we really want to do that even if the office doesn't face the way that we want it. We have an upgrade disc as well that I need to make sure I don't forget about, but the security is on the way back to the entrance hall. We should be fine. So ballroom it is. Costs us 4 steps, but it's worth, I think, in this case, 4 steps for a gem. Boom. And now, I think I go to the right. Because if I do draft an office to the right, then I am like okay-ish with whichever way it points. It's not amazing if it points up. Kind of is, I'm really only happy with an office in terms of like doorways if it goes down from here. The fact that I have so many 3-ways still in my pool, I really should just draft to the right. I think that's the correct choice. Let's do it. The sauna. Interesting. There's also the patio. The patio, though, is not very good for us. Patio's terrible. Because it spreads a whole bunch of gems to the conference room that immediately go away when we go back to the ballroom. So, patio is out. The bunk room is like, okay, but I don't love a dead end here. Both the bunk room and the sauna are rare. But I just don't love the dead ends because, like, I don't think we need the steps from the bunk room. It could get us keys, it could get us gems. But what I really want to do is I want to draft more rooms. Or if I take a dead end, I want it to be a utility closet. The sauna is a great boon for tomorrow's draft, and maybe I should just take it. Because now we've made it to, the thing is, we've now made it to the antechamber. We did the thing, or at least our short-term goal, our short-term thing. There's still more to do, because we have to go down to go up. But I think I might want to use my redraw here, because I want to do better. Don't I? I think we can do better. I'm going to take the redraw. Not 100% sure on this, but I just don't think that this is good enough. We can do better. Oh, interesting. Okay. I see the clock tower for the first time. So interesting. This run has given us both the casino and the clock tower. Previously, we hadn't seen any of the rooms that we'd added from the drafting studio. We get the clock tower, which says tomorrow you will start with 1 key for each tomorrow room that you draft today. It should count itself. So at the bare minimum, we should start tomorrow with 1 key, which is cool. That's a very cool effect. I don't think we've drafted any other tomorrow rooms, however. So there's not a lot of synergy with it. It would be a brand new room, and there could be some very key intelligence to gather. I see a staircase. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Oh, no, never mind. I thought that the clock numbers for a second were inlaid to the staircase, but it's just like the graphics of the thumbnail there that are overlaid. But I can see a staircase, and there could be, you know, stuff to find, stuff to read, notes, engravings, who knows what. More information about the sacred hour. The flavor text on the clock tower suggested a sacred hour that we might be interested in learning about. The other options are the gymnasium and the maid's chamber. And if we're going to take a red room here, it's probably the maid's chamber at this point. I don't really want to lose the steps. I think we should be okay on steps, but the gym, the only thing it gets us is a door that goes up. We already have a door that goes up into the pool, or that's next to the pool, and we know that that's locked. And the gym door is almost certainly going to be locked as well. So we would likely be losing 4 steps by drafting the gymnasium. If we draft the maid's chamber, on the other hand, it counts as a bedroom, and our sleeping mask gets us 5 extra steps. So it might be that we just take the maid's chamber and we keep on going. We keep rolling. The clock tower would allow us to get a little bit more value out of our ballroom if we want to spend another 4 steps. We just don't want to get like dangerously, we don't want to get down to like 6 steps, because I think that's like the minimum we need to get back to the kitchen. And that minimum is going to go up as we continue to draft. I think I want to take the clock tower here. Who knows, like there could be, we could keep drafting so many rooms theoretically. That's the only little downside that I have, or the only little trepidation I have. But at the same time, we're close to running out of keys. Yes, we have a hallway still to draft. There could be an east wing hall here. We might be able to stretch things out a long ways. And maybe that's the correct call. If I take the maid's chamber though, I am, making it a lot less likely that I'm going to find items lying around in places like guest bedrooms. I've already drafted the guest bedroom, but I'm just using that as an example. But trunks might count as one of those things. We still do have this sledgehammer we haven't been able to use because we haven't found any trunks. But that maid's chamber might say there's definitely not going to be any trunks. If we take the clock tower, we have 2 more chances to get the utility closet. At least 2 more chances, probably. And if we were able to get that utility closet, then all of a sudden, it's game on again. Because we've got both the courtyard and the conference room, their parts of the board are no longer cut off to us. Let's take this clock tower, especially because it is unusual rarity. I think we just don't see it. Well, we didn't see the casino for a long time after picking it up in the drafting studio, and who knows how long it's going to be before we see the clock tower again. So now that we've done the thing, we've done the antechamber, if we end our run here and we have to settle for like a sauna, and also maybe we get lucky and get a mailroom, but even if we didn't and we had we got our coat check, I don't know that we would necessarily, we could think about taking the lucky rabbit's foot out and putting the secret garden key, not the secret garden key, but the basement key in. That could be, well, but we want to use we want to use the key today though, I think. I think we want to use it today because we need to see what's in there. We've got to see. So I think all that to say, I'm going to take the clock tower. I'm going to take it. And we're going to figure out, we're going to see what's new. What is there to be found? Is it actually pointing at 1:30? That's what it looks like. Now, how do we tell what the time is, though, from in the room? I guess there's only one way to tell, which is ascend the stairs. Up the stairs we go. Look at this. This is cool. That would be a nightmare to try to make sure that keeps running. And also a safety hazard here, because you could get a concussion from this thing. The whoosh as the clock swings back and forth. Hello. Hello. Okay. We have some unfortunate sound glitches because, once again, the game has been running for a very long time. It could be that maybe I need to open up my PC case. I don't know if it's getting overheated or something. It doesn't seem like the GPU temp is that bad. But for whatever reason, it does feel like the game, after you've been running it for a while, gets a little bit unstable, and so you get these weird sound glitches. Because I can't save and quit in the middle of my long-ass run here that's getting to the antechamber and who knows where else. Yo, are we? Oh, wait a second. What the fuck? I'm looking out supposedly over the Great Hall, and yet what is this background out here? I guess oh no, I'm looking at the estate. What am I thinking? Of course. We're high enough here where we're actually able to look over the estate that we've drafted. These rooms might always look the same. It would be a little bit surprising to me if they actually change based on what you've drafted, but who knows? Okay, going back to Cat Laser Brain here. I noticed, the first thing I noticed is this clock here is not moving. The sacred hour. Is the sacred hour approaching? Or have we passed it? I think we're actually just past the sacred hour. Shit. Shit! I didn't think about the fact that you might want to be in the clock tower when it hits 1:30. But that does appear to be the sacred hour. Okay, let's read, shall we? Let us maybe take a read of what's going on here. Hold on, we'll look around a little bit more. Before I start picking stuff up, there is a black rook, notably. The chess pieces may be important. There are sketches as usual. And then there's a swan. Southward, I see a swan. Ashen-like sands of the shore. Carried by westerly winds. Rogue, like the moon of the north. Eastward, I see a crow. Dark are the days coming forth. Oh, the wordplay. Fourth, the number 4. What is this symbol? Dark are the days coming forth. There's some clues here, but I don't know what to make of them yet. Don't see any secret invisible ink. Southward I see a swan, ashen like sands of the shore, carried by westerly winds, rogue like the moon of the north. Eastward I see a crow, dark are the days coming forth. Screenshot. Oh my god, this is an item. You found an antique silver stopwatch. For the next 1 minute, you will not lose steps when entering rooms. What the fuck? Keys when opening doors or gems when drafting special rooms? Oh my god, are you kidding me? That is not what I wanted to pick up here. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. We got it. No, all right. Fine. I get it. Don't talk, just run. Just draft. Just go. Draft. Library, billiard room, servants' quarters. Let's go for that one. Servants' quarters, and we go inside, and we take all the things. We take whatever we run, and we go and we draft again at the Great Hall because that is what we want to do. Although it's already open to us, so we know it's not going to. But we don't have to spend any gems or keys or anything. We go to shit. That's the end. That's it. That's the end of our run. Okay, that was fun. What the fuck? Wait. Music room. No, wait. No, you said I'm not gonna spend any gems. Debated. Oh, you gotta be. I feel terrible right now. I got debated so hard, guys. What the fuck is that shit? I knew not to pick up that item. Fuck. God damn it. Did I not read that correctly? I don't even know if I read the prompt correctly, but did it not say that you don't have to spend gems? So I was like, okay, we'll just go draft as many as we can. We'll just go and draft as many as we can. And it'll be fine. It wasn't fine. I guess I take a bunk room here because I'm done. That's it. The run's over. The run is done. What did we even have offered at the servants' quarters? I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. That was the risk with taking the clock tower, is that we were basically down to just getting the utility closet. I don't think the utility closet was offered there, but I honestly kind of just blanked and I picked the servants' quarters because new room. It gives you +1 key for each bedroom in your house. God damn it, order. I'm gonna take this bunk room now because I guess there's no other reason. There's not a reason to take a lavatory, is there? God damn it. Fuck. Shit. A lot of good things happened this run, and we're gonna get to do some gambling at the casino, I think. Because we may not even need the steps. Because we're getting so many steps back here, we may not even need to spend any in the kitchen. Because now I think, though, that we are just literally out of options. So, bunk room it is. Yeah, there's nothing else to even spend our gems on, so I don't even care about, like, picking up gems in this room. I don't care about picking up anything in this room, because the gems are going to get reset through the ballroom, but, like, it doesn't matter, because we're done. we're done. Unless there's something to spend your gems on through that basement door. That's the only thing that's still in play here. Okay, all right. You know, it might not have mattered in the long run, but dude, okay, so this is the only thing that I'm a little upset about. I'm just a little bit upset. Hamster, hi hamster friend, we've been doing things. You would be very, well, you wouldn't be proud of us. You wouldn't give a shit. But there have been things that have happened today. Unfortunately for us, one of the things that did happen was the frickin' clock tower debated me into using an item that made me rush through my decisions, which is like the worst possible thing. That's like the anti-Akinar item right there. If there was ever an item. This isn't even something to pick up. I thought, fuck. God damn it. I hate it. I hate it. Because, okay, now here's the thing. Even if, well, that's the thing, is it didn't get us anywhere, right? We saved steps. Okay, we saved steps. We did get a servant's quarters that we're going to go back and check here in a minute. But there's a little bit of fine print on that stupid watch. Which is it even gone now from our, it's gone from our inventory. The silver watch, or whatever the hell it was, the stopwatch, it might remove the gem restrictions, but only if you have the gems. False advertising was given. So we weren't able to buy the thing, which I would have been able to buy. The music room is just some brand new room that we've not gotten before. And I wanted to check that out. Except I couldn't because the frickin' rush that I was in, I didn't go back to the ballroom because I thought, oh, I got freebies. I don't need to go back to the ballroom. That makes me mad. Not gonna lie. Okay, so honestly, like maybe there was something that was explained there that I just missed because I was in such a rush. But I do feel like that's... The stopwatch is fun, but you gotta make it so that it actually does make... Like, you should be able to draft rooms that cost 2, even if you don't have 2 gems. Like, what the fuck? Are we removing the gem restriction or not? Okay, but let's check the servants' quarters. Because we have plenty of steps now. And we get to check a new room. That is the best thing about today. It has been a new room extravaganza. Even if we aren't going to be able to use any of these damn keys that we just picked up. +1 key for each bedroom in your house. Yo, that's the big payoff. That is for sure the big deal of the day. We'll pick them up. Because what the hell? I just wish now that we had a... we didn't even get another tomorrow room to go with our clock tower. Okay. I'm seeing the Downton Abbey style bells here to let us know when the servants' quarters, yeah, they got the bells here to let people know when they're needed to head to the nursery or the boudoir or ladyship's chamber. Calming back down from my heart being put into a state of... I almost died right here and now because I was being forced to make decisions in a split second. What are you doing to me? There are 12 major keys. There are 12 major keys. We did draft... I noticed... The one thing I did happen to notice in my rush was that we drafted the music room. And it said on there that it was +1 major key and +1 minor key. Correct? What are those? And apparently there's 12 major keys. What does that mean? Is it actually a music thing? What the fuck? Alright, there's a letter here to read. Hartley. There's a name we haven't heard before. Hartley, I know we spoke often of this day, and I don't think there's anything I can say of the past 40 years that I haven't already attempted to tell you in numerous times in the past. Half-stated gratitude always interrupted with tactful and polite repudiations from you. I had always known this final letter could give me the perfect opportunity to finally express myself, uninterrupted by you and unfettered by social graces, but I don't feel the inclination to say aloud what has always been unsaid between us. The letters written in this game, this is the second one now where there has been some drama, some tension between the parties. With my passing, I release you from your post and service to the Sinclair family. Ooh, is this actually from Herbert? And implore you to live the remainder of your years on your own terms, as scary and unfamiliar of a concept as that may be to you. Besides, I think a more junior valet would be better situated to meet the needs of young Master Simon. To that end, if you wish, you may stay on long enough to oversee the training and establishment of your successor in their post, but as soon as he or she has the lay of the land, my instructions for you to quit must be satisfied. Ignoring what I imagine your objection might be after reading this, I've decided to leave the lake house in Trinsdale to you and your family. Wow. My lawyers have all the details of the gift and will be contacting you shortly about the particulars. Goddamn. Gave him a freaking house. A lake house. For the past 4 decades, you have served willingly as the subject and victim. Oh God. Maybe it was a small price to make up for who knows what has been subjected. This guy has been subjected to my many whims, games, and riddles, and so rest assured, unlike my nephew, you will not be put to yet another challenge to prove yourself worthy in this matter. Huh. The house is yours without strings or stipulations. Goddamn. I had, for a time, gleefully entered the notion of employing Anne as the house manager of your new residence, but I knew the humor of such a prank would be entirely lost on you, to say nothing of her. Until we meet again, my friend, Herbert. The humor of such a prank. What's up with that? Man, this day has just been so much fun. As frustrated as I might have been there by not getting to choose the music room at the end. This game is amazing, and this day has just been such a W. But yeah, let's check out the flavor text on each of these new rooms that we've picked up. I don't know if we checked out the ballroom. An opulent hall with a polished mirror floor. In the old days, numerous balls and dances were held in this splendid room. However, as he aged, the Baron began to prefer private parties in the parlor over the grand formal receptions of his youth. There you go. And we also got the laboratory, a fully staffed research facility furnished with all manner of scientific equipment and measurement devices. This home laboratory provides a controlled environment in a remote location, far from prying eyes and traditional safety regulations. I gotta remember, we do have, eventually, theoretically, we could get that synergy between the laboratory and the shelter, right? The shelter, if we're able to overload the radiation sensor in the shelter, we could like unlock every single door in the house. And the laboratory is actually only standard rarity, but it's kind of weird because it feels like we haven't seen it that much before, which makes me suspect that it's only unlocked at once you get to higher ranks. I'll have to review my draft logs later on. What else did we pick up, though? I don't think we added anything new to this screen, but we did just get the servants' quarters, a cold, empty room devoid of ornamentation and personal effects. This suspiciously humble bedroom belonged to the Baron's personal valet, Hartley Ruota, who had unchallenged access to even the most clandestine areas of the estate. I see. And that is such a powerful effect. That is one of those, when you're getting late in your run, getting +1 key for each bedroom in your house. Holy shit. That was a very nice pickup. We got 4 keys for that. If only we had doors still to draft. If only. I think we checked the foyer. We did check that. And I want to say that was all she wrote. But maybe the root cellar we didn't necessarily check. An underground store of jarred vegetables and fruits from Mount Holly's gardens. It's always amazing what great things come from a little digging around in the dirt. All things considered, I think the root cellar was okay. Maybe we got, I don't know if we got particularly unlucky with our dig spots, but it did feel like there was a lot of digging that dug up nothing. There we do see our gems getting set from 3 to 2. We've got 22 steps left. We're not going to have any problem getting out to the well, which is the last thing on our agenda today. But since there's nowhere else to go now, and we have nothing else to do with these steps or these coins, basically, why don't we do some some pulling of these levers, right? Roll the dice. It's not rolling the dice though. It's spinning the slots. I've never actually pulled a slot machine in my life. As much as I love poker, I don't love slots. I do like slots. To me have zero skill involved, at least in my mind. Although I guess if you have this bonus spin button, what I was noticing is that this was flashing during the while it was rolling each of these, and I wonder if these bonus spin buttons are there on real slot machines. I might have to look more closely the next time I'm in Vegas, because now I'm thinking, okay, you have to press the bonus spin while it's spinning, don't you? I thought you could just like press it after the fact and like get out of jail, get out of the snakes or whatever that appear, but I think you have to be ready to press them as the snakes are showing up. I don't know for sure if that's true, but now I'm much less risk averse, because if we lose all our coins here, who gives a shit, right? We don't need steps, right? We're getting out to the basement no matter what to unlock that door down below and see what we get. So let's spin and see what happens. If a snake pops up, okay, never mind. So, oh, wait a second. Oh, it doesn't actually, oh, am I a dingus here? Oh, so maybe I don't understand how this works. It's not zeroing out my coins, is it? If you get one snake, it's zeroing out the coins that you've built up in your payout here. Is that what I'm seeing? So I don't have to use the bonus spin here because I haven't lost. I've only spent the one coin it takes to spin. So I could just spin again, right? It doesn't make any sense to do a bonus spin here because I'm not like, I have 3 pieces I have out of like getting yeah, I don't think I have to do that. So we roll again. You just keep spinning. Okay. And now, so the single net gets you 3 coins for each snake, but we didn't get a single snake, so we got nothing. So if I wanted to bonus spin for a snake, I could, but that doesn't feel like the right move, so we just spin again. I think the only thing I'm doing here is I'm just spinning until I get 5 coins, and then I'm gonna wager at the roulette game. Because I would just spin here theoretically to get up to like 20 coins and see what a wager of 20 does at the roulette game, and that's basically it, because otherwise, what am I doing with my coins? So we spin, we gamble, and we have some fun. We have a little bit of fun at the end of our amazing, just absolutely unbelievably amazing day here in the house. Yeah, okay, so I guess, oh, I see. So you could double your money. That's why you would not cash out. Because if you happen to get this 2x, then all of a sudden whatever you've accumulated so far, I'm assuming you just keep adding whatever you've won to this total, and then eventually you say cash out. But you would not cash out if you were trying to get lucky and double your money. But of course you could get unlucky and set your snakes to 0. Set your coins to 0 by getting a snake. We'd love to set our snakes to 0. There's a snake in my boots. Okay. Do I use a bonus spin here to try to get the triple coins, and then I would get like 18? That feels okay. Oh, that's not quite what I needed though. I needed triple. Like, would it do? I see if you get 3 coins, you get 9. Would then the double? Would that double it to 18? Is that how that works? So at this point, I think I want to just, well, I could bonus spin again. Let me bonus spin and see if I can figure out how this works. There it is. That is exactly how it works. I get 18. I see. And now do I just want to cash out? Probably. I mean, yes, I do want to cash out because I was hoping to get to at least 20. So now I've cashed out and I have up to 27. Okay. So that was only what, 5 rolls? 5 spins that it took us to get a pretty nice little profit. Maybe this slot machine is worth. The only thing is those bonus spins, you only get 3 of them. Only 3. Is that for all the slot machines? So if I go over to this slot machine, it's going to still have used 2. Wait a minute. It resets? Hello? Can I just keep playing this? Can I just keep playing this? Am I... What? Excuse me? I see. You can only do up to 3 bonus spins on 1 spin. That's what it is. So I would have to think, what's the likelihood that I get... I see. Well, we can calculate it here, right? We can say that there's a coin, there's 3 coins, there's a clover, there's double, that's 4, snake is 5, net is 6, and the crown is 7. And then there's a line for 8. So if we assume there's 8 possible options, there's a 1 in 8 chance that I get a third triple coin here and get 9 coins. So I'd be spending a coin, 1 coin, to potentially win 9. So that is actually good odds, isn't it? Because it's a 1 in 8 chance, or maybe it's even better. Like, is it possible it would get another single coin? Is it with replacement or without? Even if it's with replacement, a 1 in 8 chance, that's better. Like, I have better winning odds than I do pot odds, don't I? So the bonus spin is correct here, I think. If I've done my math correctly, I think this is right. Like, I think you're just supposed to keep rolling there. If maybe there's another option that I'm missing, but I think I might be understanding what they're saying when it comes to a game of chance. However, all these options may not be equally likely, right? It could be that the lucky clover is not a uniform. It may be a much smaller chance to get the lucky clover compared to everything else. So this may not be a uniform distribution for every single option. But we can afford to do 1 more regular spin and then a couple bonus spins before we would want to go to try the wager for 20 coins, right? So we don't want to do a bonus spin now, though, because all we stand to gain is 3 coins. So that's terrible odds. So we re-roll. We re-roll again. And this is probably our last spin. And yeah, so now okay, so there you go. So when it comes to, it might be correct odds when you actually do, when you're close to hitting one of the 3 coin options, it's probably correct odds to use that bonus spin. But that still is not, you're not taking into account what's the expected value of just pulling the lever. That's where it's probably a losing bet in the long run, I'd have to think. But at the same time, we're playing a video game here. We're not actually betting against a real casino. It could be because the option on this wager that has 100 coins, there has to be some way to get 100 coins, right? And we did make it up to 44 coins that one day when we actually got the blessing of the chef, which we've never been able to proc. Holy shit. Let me just take a moment and think to make sure that I don't want to spend my coins on anything else. We don't have a coat check. There's no finagling with carrying over items to the next day. So we wouldn't go back to the commissary and buy something else to store it. And even if that was an option, we would probably store the key, if anything. The basement key. I hope I'm not overlooking something obvious here, but I'm going to go ahead and wager my remaining 20 coins, because otherwise there ain't nothing to do with them. And I want to see how this works. Mount Holly Roulette. Spin the wheel for your chance to win. Special prizes, 1 wager per day. Let's go. Wager 20. Wager 20. And then we just watch and see what happens. We see what it is and we get red. There it is. That's what I get. What is that 2? What am I what is that prize in that 1 2A? What the hell is that? I see 4 gems, I see 4 keys, and I see 2 free spins. What the hell? And I see a bunch of coins that you could get as well. What? We left ourselves with 0 coins, so we can't even play the slot machines anymore to try to get some coins back. I don't know if that's what you're supposed to do. This is really what you're supposed to do, isn't it? This has got to be broken for a reason, because it actually is the golden slot machine that gives you every single coin available in the game. That's got to be it, right? Is there any Are there any other documents that I would want to examine more closely with the magnifying glass? I guess we could check the note in the commissary to make sure, but I think it's going to say the same thing in terms of the terminal password being Swan Song. And then there was that storeroom note with the little sketch of the bird with the bathing suit. So we might as well check those out, because I think we got the steps. Interestingly, I see more of these special ducts in the security room, and that makes me wonder if, like, is this one of those rooms that you would need to connect between, like, the laboratory and the boiler room? Like, you could potentially connect the security room in between them in order to pipe power into one or the other, so you don't have to have the laboratory necessarily right next to the boiler room. I think there are other rooms too that have this duct space that I need to maybe pay a little more attention and make note of. Oh, I almost forgot. I am so glad I walked up to the security terminal, because I was just gonna, like, was there any notes or anything that I might have missed? There was an upgrade disc. Holy fucking shit. Imagine if I'd have forgot about that. Oh my God, I would have been so mad at myself going back and looking at the footage. Like, you dingus! There's so much to keep track of in this game. It's crazy. Okay, we are upgrading our storeroom, folks. Let's check out what the upgrade options are here. Ah, I should have known. You get to upgrade either an extra key, an extra gem, or an extra 9 coins. What is the best option there? Like, that is a huge upgrade just in percentages of coins. You're going from 1 to 10. That's a 1,000% upgrade. 1,000% better storeroom. So isn't that the obvious choice? We're always scrambling for keys and we're always scrambling for gems. So I don't even know which one of those is better. I guess if you think about it, the exchange rate, if you get the commissary and if the commissary gives you the pack of gems, 4 gems for 10 coins, then obviously 10 coins is way better in that scenario, but you do have to get the commissary. My instinct is to take the 10 coins though. Like, I'm kind of memeing about the 1,000%, but in those early stages of the game, the storeroom is common, and getting access to items, being able to take the commissary when you get it in the early ranks and being able to buy those items in the early ranks and not have to come back, not having to put off, because this is, like, other than the pantry, there are so few ways to generate coins in the early game. We were having to bank this run, we were having to like, can we get the office? Can we get, I guess the casino theoretically could be one of these options now to get you coins. But these are all things down the road. The rumpus room doesn't seem to show up until the later stages of the game. Coins can be tough to come by if you don't have a metal detector or a lucky rabbit's foot, but you still do have shops to take advantage, or you have to have shops to take advantage of having more coins. That still is a prerequisite. And if you don't get those shops, you know that you're always going to be spending gems, no matter what. Gems, gems, gems. As the Drafting Strategy Volume 3 tells us. I'm going to take the coins. Yes, we are always feeling strapped for keys and gems. We always feel that way almost every single run. But I feel like one of the things that I need to start doing is prioritizing shops more often. And I like the idea of having these extra coins at the start when it feels like you would want to have them. Maybe you want to have them at any stage of the game. But my instinct was the early game is when I'm thinking we have so few ways to get coins, and the storeroom now would do this. Am I being swayed from recency bias because we were scrambling to get coins today to buy a shovel? I'm going to take it. That's my instinct. There could be, I think there's merit in every single one of these. but I'm gonna go with the upgraded coins in the storeroom. Is this the upgrade you want? I'm not 100% sure, but it is the upgrade that I'm going to take. So there we go. We can look forward to more gold in our future. I'm curious to see if I did try to pause this experiment in the laboratory, would this actually work? There's no way that they would do this, right? Because I've already spent the coins, right? And they wouldn't give me back the steps? Experiment paused? Okay, sure. All right. You pause the experiment, I see. But it's already taken place. There's no take backsies. All right, fine. That's no problem. But it's interesting, though, that you do have an on-off switch for experimental effects that would have an ongoing benefit or perhaps downside. So that is cool that there is a way to maneuver your choices. Just be certain about my steps here. If I go 1, 2, 3, 4 into the storeroom, and then the bedroom doesn't count. So then we go 1, 2, 3, 4 back out here. We're down to 7. I should still have plenty to get down. The only trepidation is, the only little hesitation there is what is beyond the door that's beyond where the basement key is. We might need more than like 7 steps. So it's probably smarter for us to do that first. And then if I really have some steps left over, then I can take the luxury of taking the magnifying glass back to the storeroom to examine the little birdie in a bathing suit. This has been such an exciting day. I cannot believe that we made it inside the antechamber. And now we have a key, and we've already drained the well and have the access to this door that allows us to use that key. This is crazy. Oh my God. Special key time. Basement key. There's no way we're saving this because we don't have a code check. Only one thing to do. And a staircase. Okay. Holy shit. Yup. Reservoir. Underground. And there is... Oh, I'm so glad we didn't use any more steps. Whoa. Whoa. What in the world? The reservoir. We have the potential to drain this reservoir. But we may not want to drain it all the way. I'm realizing that there's a boat here. And it looks like we might only want to drain it one level. That is okay. That's worth a screenshot. We may also want to drain it all the way. I'm not sure. But if we did, I don't think we can get down to the bottom. I don't see a ladder at either the far dock or this one. You know, if you're following my Elden Ring series, you know, me and ladders, I don't necessarily have blind playthrough. I don't necessarily spot ladders with as much skill as I'd like to. I think that's the catch here, is that you want to lower the reservoir by one tick in the... Oh, wait a minute, though. Hold on. I do see on the far side there are some stairs. This might be a two-step process. You might need to drain the water only just a little, because there's no stairs on this side, is there? You drain it just a little to be able to get onto the boat, which then you navigate to the other side. Can we even do that in this game, though? Is this the kind of game where you ride a boat? It did take us into a new room. I'm so glad I saved my steps. Holy shit. Abandoned mine. Holy, oh my God, there is an underground. We had wondered at the very start, the game had given us some there are so many rooms potentially to check here. Oh my God. I might run out of steps. Should I have not spent all my money in the fucking casino and bought some more steps? Holy fuck. Should I step in that room there? How far does the abandoned mine go? There's a door here? Question mark? There's a mine shaft. Doesn't look like we can interact with this door, which maybe means it's not a door, but it does look like maybe there's a gear on the other side. What the fuck? I'm off the map. We are so far off the map. Okay, let's go in this room back here. It hasn't taken us out of the abandoned mine, but I presume it will here, because this is totally its own room, right? Oh, it's not. Oh, that's nice. This symbol was on that note. The note, oh my, there's another upgrade disc. What the fuck? Oh no. Will I be able to make it back inside now? What the fuck? I might be able to just barely make it back inside. Hold on. Holy shit, this is crazy. Okay, what the... This day has absolutely blown my mind. There are a whole bunch of candles in this room. Can we interact with any of them? No. Do they light up if we do puzzle things? There are so many potential puzzle elements in play here. Let's look at this. What the fuck? Torn piece of paper. Half of a message up here that says, Gel points dreams. Something tells me that the word there is not actually gel, and that it's actually angel. Angel points dreams. I don't know if that means anything. Dude, it's kind of amazing that we've got the magnifying glass, because look at the writing down here at the bottom. Although I think I could read it without the magnifying glass, but holy shit. This is nuts, dude. This is so... Wait, oh my god, we can see numbers on here. I can see a number 10 right here. Buried floor plans. I have a shovel. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? Where are we? This is the question, is where are we right now? There's minecart tracks. We could be on the other side of where this piece of paper's torn. Because look at that. We've got like, that might be where we are. Because this room, I have a feeling there's an arrow here that looks like we are rotating something. And that could be symbolizing this room that we're in. What the fuck, dude? This is just fucking nuts. I'm losing my mind here. We have dude, okay, screenshot. And then another screenshot. Hold on, I need to do buried floor plans. Buried floor plan. What the... Breathe. I need to breathe so I don't fucking have a panic attack. I don't think I've ever actually had a panic attack, but still, this game might give it to me. This is amazing. Foundation elevator, concealed entrance, cliffside exit, minecart, fountain entrance. Oh. There's an entrance from the fountain, and that's where we came down, isn't it? Tomb entrance, torch chamber. Are we in the torch chamber? Rotating gear to north lever. Dude. This is where room 46 is, isn't it? It's down here somewhere. But there's also a buried floor plan. And I would like to get it. Shit, I feel so stupid now for not getting steps. I should have bought some steps. I'm such a dingus. Why did I waste my money gambling? Okay, let's think about this. From this point right here, from the point that we're at, we're in the abandoned mine. We have to go back through the reservoir and the well and the grounds and then the entrance hall. That's 4 steps. We would have 7 left. The spare room, the nook, the parlor, and security, we can get to security to use our upgrade disc. We're not in danger yet. Now, if we continue, Holy shit, I need to screenshot this as well, because here, what is going on here? Really no idea what to make of this, other than the fact that this symbol was in the clock tower, wasn't it? The sacred hour has something to do with this shit. 1:30. That has to do with how these, whatever this fucking shit is. But we got to see the other half of this thing. Where's that at? Is it buried? I have a shovel, though. I could unbury the floor plan if I could just find it. I can explore within the abandoned mine here without... If I don't leave the abandoned mine, I'm not spending a step. This is where I came from, and I don't want to go back to the reservoir, quote-unquote. But I just want to think through. I think this is where... This is clearly where we have a mine cart. The minecart tracks are down here at this end. And then they lead out into... Shit, we actually can't get by the minecart. So maybe this is a moot point. I'm just a little bit worried if I take a step toward the minecart that maybe somewhere in that, along these tracks, we're going to transition to a new room. That's my only concern here, because I want to get back and get value out of my upgrade disc. But we can still do that, even if we did take a step forward to some new room and then can't come back to the abandoned mine. We would still have 9 steps, and we've said that it takes us 7 to get to the security room, right? Let me think that through. Reservoir, well... Reservoir? Well, entrance hall. And then it's actually 8 steps to get to security from the abandoned mine. So we would be basically, if we go into one more room, we got to book it back to security if we want to use our upgrade disc without getting exhausted. The tension that I'm just building drama, guys. That's really what it is. I left us with almost 0 steps just to give a little bit of extra drama. If there weren't enough already with this game. Because it feels like we're going to go into another room here. If I'm going to get to this place on the map that has the 10 and the buried floor plan, then I'm going to need to get past there. I'm going to go past this little dashed line that leads past, that is past the minecart tracks. At the same time, like I said, all this could be just a complete nothing burger because we can't even get past the minecart. Okay, we can get back still if we go into a new room. Can I interact? Well, I can interact with the minecart. All right. Now, would they be so cruel as to count this as a new room? I'm like so anxious here at every step, at every turn. This has all got to be part of the abandoned mine though, right? Okay, they set up a light here, denoting anything in particular. This is all abandoned mine, right? It's only at potentially this point that we could be changing rooms. And now we see there is a massive gear that controls platforms, or it is a platform that controls our access to further platforms. How do we turn it? Question marks abound. Can I pull this? Hold to grab. Am I pushing or pulling? Hold to grab. I'm like, can I not pull this, or do I need to step back? That's what I need to do. Okay, I can't go forward, so I guess I have to pull this back. I guess I pull that back, and now what I'm realizing is, well, hold on. Hold on. Not just hold the phone. Yeah, that's what I thought. The whole point of the puzzle is that this is a permanent progress, I think. This here gets us access to beyond that minecart, but we have to now get to that chamber that we just... Let's push this back. The chamber that we were just looking at, we're gonna have to navigate from it over to here. We're getting the like backdoor viewpoint, or the end goal viewpoint maybe is more accurate, because I'm a little worried about taking a step in here, but I guess it would be okay. So we should take a step without... I should just take the step. Okay, it's abandoned mine. Nice. What is over here? That kind of feels like a vault entrance, or like the tunnel that Professor X would come out of from the underground compound. There are definitely, like, I can see there's pedestals on these sides over here to control. That must be how you control this gear, and therefore how you navigate between these platforms. And there's, oh my god, this is crazy, dude. This is so fucking crazy. I love it. And I also love that I have just left barely enough steps here to get back to do another upgrade disc. This is so fucking hype. What the fuck? 2 upgrade discs in one day? Okay, I don't feel like it is worth... We want to pull the mine cart this way, right? So if and when we ever make it to the other side, we've done the thing that we need to do, right? And we can just navigate over into that other room. We don't get to dig up whatever the buried floor plans are today with our shovel, I don't think. So that'll have to wait for later. But holy moly! This is... Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I don't think there's anything else I want to do down here. Or that can be done down here, even. So we're going back to upgrade one more time. This run is insane. We do go into the reservoir, but I think... Sure, there's nothing to... stashed away in the corners over here. I think we're going to have to do 1 bit of water lowering the next time we get access to the pump room. But then the thing is, you not only have to do that, but then you also have to get access to this room. What the hell? That's why it's probably... We see that going here, maybe that's not the thing, right? I'm still in the reservoir, I have steps. Maybe this idea about a boat is complete nonsense, and maybe all I'm supposed to do is just drain this thing to the bottom, so that when I get to the other side from somewhere else, wherever I get, like, we saw that note said something about, like, where were we entering from? The tomb? The tomb entrance? We need to draft the tomb. That's what we need to do, so we can get to the rest of this joint. Okay. Upgrade time. Okay, and we just do barely make it. Oh my god. Oh my god, 1 more upgrade disc. This is nuts. This is so much fun. What do we get? It's probably going to be one of our common rooms, right? That seems to be oh, the courtyard gets an upgrade. Okay. I see. Do tell. The courtyard has +2 gems now, if we take this option. Or it has 5 dig spots. Or it's turned into a quarry yard. The quarry yard is always left unlocked. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Meaning that it bypasses not just regular key doors, but also key card doors. Quarry yard. I think that's the one I want. This dig spots thing is okay, but given our experience today with the root cellar, I'm kind of over dig spots. We'll see. Maybe there's a way to buff your dig spots to make them, maybe you can water them beforehand or something. I don't know. There is supposed to be a watering can, right? A watering can is supposed to be one of the items somewhere, theoretically. +2 gems would also be very nice. Just a straight up profit. You draft the courtyard for 1 gem, you get 2 in return. So that's also pretty awesome. What's better? 2 gems, a gem profit, or guaranteeing that you can always get by in those later ranks? I think I want the courtyard. This also would show up as an option now. Okay, the one thing that maybe you might think about would be this does slightly dilute your pool for secret passage if you were trying to aim for the Great Hall again, like we did. Now, we didn't get it earlier with the secret passage. We just managed to somehow get the Great Hall a totally different way. The regular old roll the dice way. But this could be like a slight diluting, because now it's going to count as both a green room and a hallway, right? So it could dilute that pool a little bit. And the other thing is that you sometimes are going to want to draft this early on. You're not always going to be drafting this at rank 4 and above. So it shows up as early as rank 2. And just like the corridor, we've had a lot of situations where we've had to draft it and we don't get that unlocked option. So instead, you just draft the foyer and you get that benefit as it is, except it's not going to apply to this, right? Because if we take the +2, it's just a green room as still. So maybe the more consistent option, though, is to take the +2 gems, because no matter where you draft it, you're always getting them, right? And gems, 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 gems. We passed up the gem upgrade for the courtyard, not the courtyard, the storeroom. Let's not pass it up in this case. Let's make our courtyard always profitable. And yeah, we'll have to put up with some security doors and we'll be annoyed when we do, but we'll always be happy now to draft the courtyard, at the very least to get some gems. Let's go ahead and take that and try to be, until we draft the dance room again, and then we're gonna be like, why did we need these? We just get the gems from the dance room. But courtyard it is. Upgrade time. Once again, 2 upgrades in one day. Oh my god. And there might be some other stuff that I could do in the house, but I cannot think of it. This day has gone on so long. We got to wrap it up. It's time to call it a day. If I miss something else, it is what it is. This is just, I cannot say it enough how awesome this game is. I cannot wait to find out more about, like, we got to find a way to the rest of that underground area now. Holy shit. We got a stately shopping center of the dead? Say what? What is that? A stately shopping center of the... dead end rooms. Derpty derp. But we also got 4 shops. What was the 4th shop? Is it because we drafted an aquarium? The aquarium technically counts as a shop as well? Must be. I cannot believe, though, we got to pull off foyer plus Great Hall and we made it to the Antechamber. But I suppose those 2 things are going to probably go hand in hand more often than not, because you open up so many doors with the foyer, and you also guarantee opening up almost, if you can get the Great Hall. You have to get lucky and get the Great Hall. But if you do, you're going to be opening up that antechamber door and getting access to that key. Now that we've done that, it's not clear to me that it's like super imperative for us to go back to get that basement key. It seems much more that we would want to try to find this tomb somehow. Except where is that? It's just in here somewhere, right? Just waiting to be randomly drafted? Question mark? I guess we'll have to find out next time when we draft day 10. Thank you all very much for joining me, and I hope to see you in the next one.